Chapter 61. Searching for Ryan, 2. Soon, the two emerged from the underground passage. They both greedily gasped for air, and it took a while for them to regain their senses. This Ryan is too cunning, actually designing such a trap. It's outrageous. Don't let me catch him, or I'll drain all the blood from his body. Elena pretended to be angry to cover up her embarrassment. The feeling underwater just now was very subtle. Even her heartbeat accelerated involuntarily, but it was always so embarrassing. Yige also recovered from his embarrassment. The feeling was very wonderful for him, but Yige quickly denied it. Because his world was all about Mu Fei, and no one could replace her, including Elena. Thank you. Yige didn't know why he used such a tone. After saying this, he walked straight towards the manor in front. Yige, you bastard. Hey, stop right there. Yige ignored Elena behind him and walked straight towards the manor. A butler-like figure stopped the two. This is private property, and tourists are not allowed to visit. This butler, my friend and I, accidentally got caught in the rain and wanted to visit the owner of the manor. I don't know if it's convenient. Yige believed that Ryan was definitely in this manor, hiding among these servants. His purpose for coming in this time was to find him. The butler saw that Yige and Elena didn't seem like bad people, so he let them into the hall. Please wait here for a moment. I'll go report to the master. The butler took a few steps forward and then turned back. By the way, there's a fireplace over there. You can make a fire to keep warm. When will this damn rainy weather end? Yige stared intently at the butler's figure and didn't move. The clothes they were wearing were made of superfiber, which could automatically adjust according to changes in the environment, waterproof, moisture-proof, and insulated. You suspect him? No, it shouldn't be him. Maybe Ryan is observing us from some corner of this manor. But who exactly is it? Why? Feeling. Soon, the manor servants brought coffee and placed it in front of the two, which gave Yige a hint. Could Ryan have two identities? Are you saying Ryan might have changed his appearance, or even gender? Is that possible? Earthlings in the earth live off a skin, and this skin has unlimited possibilities, so everything you said is not a problem. You can achieve it as long as you want. Then is there any way we can do it? Yes, I hope the Star Alliance can develop the reagent as soon as possible. Reagent? Didn't you say that Zhang Fengyan and the others have already escaped from Tianzhong Experimental City? Then how can they research it? The Star Alliance also has a base on the moon. This was also Yi Xingchen's doing. Now it seems that everything is within his expectations. Elena, do you have this part of the stored memory in your mind? I have no impression at all. While the two were talking, the owner of the manor came to the first-floor reception hall with the butler. Yige and Elena also stopped talking and got up to respond. Yige politely shook hands with the manor owner, but the manor owner didn't shake his hand. However, Yige didn't show any awkward expression, but stood there staring at the manor owner. The butler also noticed this. Mr. E, I'm very sorry. Our master doesn't have the habit of shaking hands with people. Please forgive him for this. It's good enough that you took us in on this rainy day. How could we blame others? The butler didn't say anything more, but made a gesture of invitation and let Yige and the others sit down. You came to our manor not just to change clothes, right? I don't like trouble. What are your thoughts? Just be direct. Whether it's money or something else in this manor, I can satisfy you as long as you ask. Why? I don't want to waste time. Yige, right? Just state your purpose directly. I've seen too many people like you. There's no need to waste everyone's time. I'm here to find someone. Yige stared at the owner of the manor, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Of course, I'm looking for a woman. Hee, you scared me. I thought you had special hobbies. That's easy to say. Obviously, the manor owner had misunderstood Yige. The next second, the butler brought some women of different skin colors to the hall. Young Master E, I really can't figure it out. The lady next to you is so beautiful. Why bother looking elsewhere? You're laughing at me. I'm looking for them to help me do something. That's easy to say. Butler, I won't accompany Mr. E. You can satisfy any of his needs. The manor owner gave the butler a knowing look and left the hall. He was very sure that Yige was coming for him. In fact, when the butler reported to him, he already knew. Because Ryan knew through secret channels that David had been exposed, and the person who exposed David was Yige. Ryan originally thought about running away immediately, but he didn't do that. Admitting defeat without a fight was not Ryan's style. Today, when he made eye contact with Yige, he was already sure that if he continued to stay in this manner, he might really be exposed. Once an earthly solution is exposed, there is only one result, and that is death. Yige saw the manor owner leaving strangely again and didn't think much about it. Yige stared at the women in front of him. He felt that Ryan must be in here, so he put some diuretics in the tea for them to drink. After that, the work was Elena's. Unfortunately, an hour later, Yige's idea was proven wrong. Ryan was not in these people at all. Butler, are there any other women in your manor? Mr. E, although the master arranged for me to try my best to satisfy your requirements, you shouldn't go too far. Moreover, my wife is older than your mother. How can you do this? Yige was very embarrassed by this, but he couldn't talk about finding earthlings. But what should he do now? Suddenly, Yige thought of a way. Butler, do you have anyone here who is not on duty during working hours and only works night shifts? No, our master doesn't like having servants to serve at night. So the people in the manor are like white-collar workers in the city. They all have an 8-hour work system, and the salary is very high. This is thanks to the master's kindness. May he live a long life. Then has anyone not been in the manor for a while, but has been in the manor recently? Except for the master, there's no one else. Mr. E, do you have anything else? If not, then please leave. These words shook Yige's whole body. He finally understood everything. It turned out that Ryan was him. Saying that, Yige pushed the butler away and ran to the second floor. Chapter 62. Searching for Ryan, 3. Stop them for me. Mr. E, what exactly do you want to do? We haven't treated you badly. Why do you want to embarrass us? Yige didn't speak. Elena said, your master is an earthling. His name is Ryan. You've all been deceived by him. Won't you move aside? But the people in the manor didn't intend to move. Even if he's an earthling, so what? He pays us, is kind to us, and we're repaying his kindness by being loyal to him. Is that wrong? You guys leave quickly. You're not welcome here. Saying that, the butler gestured, and the manor's security guards began to drive away Yige and Elena. Yige still stared at the several of them, not moving at all, because he knew that as long as Elena was by his side, he wouldn't be harmed in any way. Sure enough, in a few minutes, Elena knocked down the security guards. The butler took action himself, but he was still no match. Elena was about to give these people the final blow, but Yige stopped her. Why won't you let me kill them? They're so loyal to that earthly solution. There must be earthlings hiding inside. No, none of them are earthly solutions, because their eyes are different from the manor owner. They are real humans. But this is betrayal. Perhaps the manor owner gave them everything they wanted, so they fulfilled their duties so well. Besides, we can't determine that the manor owner is the earthly solution. Yige didn't care about the wails of these people. Since they chose to be loyal to the manor owner, they should pay the price, and they were not worth pitying. Yige went straight to the study, bedroom, and other rooms, but there was no sign of the manor owner. Just as Yige was about to search, he instinctively fled. Just as Yige jumped down from the second floor, the entire manor above the second floor exploded and caught fire strangely, as if everything was set up waiting for Yige's arrival. Fortunately, Yige was caught by Elena. He stood there, watching the fire. It was as if there was a figure inside mocking him mercilessly. The butler was also stunned by the scene. He looked at the fire and then at Yige. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he moved his throat and swallowed all the words. Where's your loyalty? Why don't you go save your master? Elena wouldn't have a good attitude towards anyone except Yige, let alone these people who were hindering them for the sake of so-called loyalty. Logically speaking, they should all die. The butler smiled helplessly. We believe you. Since the master is an earthling, maybe this is his best home. Otherwise, we would definitely stand on the side of human civilization. Bah, none of you can escape. The United Guard will come to interrogate you. Ha ha ha. What does it matter to us whether you live or die? Yige ignored these people and walked into the rain. Yige, what do we do now? We finally got a clue, but now it's lost like this. There are still 4 days left until doomsday. Do we still need to find Ryan? We've already found Ryan. I'm absolutely convinced that the manor owner is Ryan. Then what do we do now? He will definitely change his skin again? I know how to identify earthlings. Saying that, Yige turned on the communication device. He wanted to talk to Zhang Fengyan. My proud disciple, you finally remembered me? Look at this environment. I really admire Yixingchen. It's no worse than Tianzhong Experimental City. Zhang Fengyan, you talk too much nonsense. When you fired me back then, you weren't my teacher anymore. Now you're just an employee under my father. I'm asking you, has the Star Alliance found a way to identify Earthlings? No. Dr. Zhao sent the Earthling's body to the Star Alliance and then mysteriously left. We have no information at all. It's really difficult to find a way to identify them. Then has the AI's wall-breaking material been developed? There is progress on this. It turns out that there is a mysterious material on the back of the moon. This should be the rare metal you mentioned. Don't worry, Laomo 2 estimates that it will be developed before Doomsday, according to your mesoparticle capsule concept. Zhang Fengyan, although the appearance of Earthlings is no different from humans, their eyes cannot be changed. You can start from this point. Yes, we didn't think of this level of logic. Yige, you're the smartest architect I've ever seen. Tomorrow, I'll apply to Shanghai University to reinstate your student status. Get lost. This was a bittersweet message. Yige continued to walk forward, with Elena following behind. Where are we going now? Go to that place. I guess not only Ryan will go to that place, but I also want to go to that place. What place? You'll know when you get there. Then wait for me for a while. It's raining so hard. It's not convenient for us to walk. Elena saw all kinds of luxury cars parked next to her. It seemed that this Ryan enjoyed himself quite a bit. After Elena carefully inspected the car, she instantly got into the vehicle and the engine roared, drifting to Yige's side. Handsome guy, can I invite you to get in the car? Elena, you're gentle one moment and cold the next. Aren't you afraid of having a personality split by doing this? Don't be afraid. Aunt Lin Jing set the program for me to only be gentle with you. Shouldn't this be easy to do? Elena, I only have Mu Fei in my heart, so we're impossible. You're a good girl, and I really don't want you to waste your time on me. Okay, I'll go on a date with Zhang Fengyan after catching Ryan. So when you see me, you'll call me teacher's wife. A mother has to sleep hugging her child, right? This shouldn't be too much to ask, right? Yige had a black line on his face. Elena was not a robot at all. This emotional change was more full than that of humans. The car moved towards the target given by Yige. Times Square, 267. This was the information left by the earthly solution that Ryan found in his home in the slums. When he entered, there was already someone waiting for him. That person was David Sennel. You're finally here, my dear Ryan. David, you're still alive? That's really great. I've been worried about you these past few days. Ryan, put away that set of things you learned from humans. Have you forgotten about us earthly solutions? You're enjoying yourself now. Tell me, what's your purpose for coming here? You first tell me why you came here. Also, David, since you've been exposed, how could you leave alive with Meredith's methods? Did you betray the clan? What nonsense are you talking about? How could I betray the clan? It's best that way. The two suddenly had their eyes light up. They understood something and said in unison, Not good, leave quickly. This may be a trap. Saying that, the two walked towards the door. The door suddenly closed automatically. David and Ryan wanted to escape by breaking the window, but at this moment, a voice came. Hee hee, it's a little late to want to leave now, but don't worry, I don't have any malice. Who are you? Chapter 63, Number 1, appears. You want to leave after you came? You don't take me seriously enough? Who exactly are you? Are you a human or one of us? Ryan and David looked nervous, their voices slightly trembling. This was a consistent characteristic of Earthlings. Does it matter? What's important is that I don't want to kill you, so you don't need to be nervous. Saying that, the dark shadow walked into the light, and his face was completely exposed in front of everyone, which shocked Ryan and David. Yige, how is it you? The voice was like a scream, as if it wanted to pierce their eardrums. It was clear how terrified the two were. Yige said with a smile, You can call me that, but I shouldn't be the Yige you know. Stop lying to me. You humans are always cunning. How can we believe you? David said, Are you a human or an Earthling? Do you know our Earthlings code? Ryan was a little more quick-witted than David, because they were all guided to this place by that piece of paper. Times Square 267. From the outside, this was a gathering point for earthly solutions, because the sign at the door wouldn't lie. But the current Yige knew all of this, which was too terrifying. Yige sat alone in a chair. He poured himself a glass of red wine. The sunlight shone through the glass, and the entire glass was covered with wine flowers. It was clear that the wine was quite old. He crossed his legs, as if he hadn't heard Ryan's question, and drank the wine alone. Hey, you two earthling reptiles, want a drink too? You haven't answered my question yet? Didn't I say it? This question is not important at all, because I am the only human who can understand your language. If you don't believe me, you can ask Cheong. Yige looked at Ryan and David. What's wrong, scared? Cheong is just a title. Look at how scared you are. Oh, I forgot. She is your queen. Don't say it. Ryan and David immediately knelt on the ground, and cold sweat flowed down their faces. Cheong was their queen, the supreme ruler. Just a look from her could make Ryan and David's souls fly away, and even the entire family would be destroyed, because the two were in a really low position among the earthly solutions. What's there to be afraid of? Hasn't Cheong told you that I am the one who gave your earthly world script? You can go back and, by the way, bring a message to Cheong. Why should we listen to you? You humans are always cunning. How can we know that you are not lying to us? It hurts. As the words fell, Yige also retracted his leg, while David was kicked by Yige to the corner of the wall, spitting out silvery white blood. What about you? Yige, I believe you. But we can't return to the earthly world now. We can't bring a message to the respected queen. It hurts. Ryan also enjoyed David's experience. Yige said, Hee, you still want to trick me with your little tricks? Hee, it seems that Cheong didn't teach you the rules. Since she didn't teach you the rules, then I can waive your tuition. About 15 minutes later, Yige had already beaten the two into pigs' heads. Who exactly are you? Yige doesn't know kung fu at all. Are you also an earthly solution? Is what's displayed in front of us just a skin? I am Yige, but not the Yige you know. You can call me number one. Number one? Then what number is the current Yige? Number one's eyes changed when he looked at Ryan. This kid's IQ and EQ were the best among the earthly solutions, but he didn't know why he was sent to the human world to do such a dangerous thing. Thinking of this, number one frowned. He didn't know what Cheong was planning. Number may first have made Ryan feel hairy inside. Ryan subconsciously retreated. Our earthly solutions have a single line connection, so it's impossible to listen to me. I know that. The earthly solution is David. We can't contact other solutions at all, and we can't convey the message to the respected Cheong. All right, you don't need to handle this matter. You only need to handle one thing. Just tell us. We guarantee to handle it well. Wait here for the Yige you mentioned, and then give him this letter. After finishing speaking, number one disappeared without waiting for Ryan and the others to express their opinions, as if he had never been to this room before, but in fact, he had. Ryan and David looked at each other's pig-headed teammates, their eyes full of mockery, and they couldn't control their mouths, but such a smile was heart-wrenchingly painful. Damn, this number one is really ruthless. David, what should we do? Are we really going to wait for Yige to come here? Ryan, you know me. Sitting still and waiting for death is not my style. Saying that, David wanted to run away, but found that he couldn't escape at all, so he could only awkwardly come back. Ryan, maybe we can only listen to number one's order. But I'm not afraid of him. But don't you think he's very familiar with the respected Cheong? Can it be understood that listening to number one is listening to our great queen? It can be understood that way. There was no sense of incongruity in saying these words. Finally, the door opened. You're really here. Tell me, what exactly is your purpose? The dust fell, the door fell to the ground in two places, and Elena and Yige appeared in the light. At this time, Yige was panting. Where was that heroic and invincible feeling of number one? When Ryan and David saw these two people, they were suddenly overjoyed and cried happily together. During the time that number one left, they tried all kinds of ways to escape, but in the end, they all failed. Earthly solutions were inherently timid. Being locked in this room, they were afraid that Yige wouldn't be able to find this place. So wouldn't they be starved to death? The thought of this was terrible. Yige pulled Elena and said, Can you not make such a big scene? After that, Yige could clearly see the two earthly solutions in the room. David, Ryan, you two are actually here? This time I see where you're running to. Ryan got up, tidied up his clothes, and carefully stared at Yige, smelling him with his nose, and suddenly his head felt a little big. Who exactly are you? Yige. No, I mean, what number are you? Now it was Yige's turn to be surprised. Have you seen number 2 or number 3? What clothes are they wearing? White or black? Yige, what's the point of you doing this? You're not unaware of our earthling's sense of smell. Why bother to humiliate us in a disguised way? Come on, kill us. Didn't he tell you what number he is? Number 1. But what's the point of this? Aren't numbers 1234 all you? Yes and no. It's just in different timelines. Ryan sighed. I don't want to know about your Matryoshka doll game. This is what you left for yourself. My mission with David is completed. You should fulfill your promise and let us go. Number 1 really said that? Ryan and David nodded, with no panic on their faces. Yige and Elena exchanged glances and said, Okay, you can go. After Ryan and David left, Yige was full of surprise. Number 1 also appeared. Why did he come? Right, Elena. Did you put on the tracker? Everything is okay. Now we can dig out the earthly solutions gathering points in New York. Chapter 64. Elena drugged with aphrodisiac. Yige, who is this number 1 they're talking about? It's hard to explain. It involves a lot of physics concepts. Simply put, whether it's number 1, number 2, or number 3, they are all me, but from different timelines with different ideas. Other than that, they are no different from me. That's too complicated. Never mind. I don't want to know. Hurry up and see what number 1 left you. Okay. Ryup. Yige tore open the envelope and carefully read the letter inside. Number 4, you're impressive. Maybe number 2 or 3 were right, and you'll go further than they did. About the AI body, I'm sure you'll find the barrier-breaking material. In the future, you'll also encounter Yishinchen. I have only one request. Kill him. Don't ask why, because I am you, and in the end, we all fell before Yishinchen. Remember, don't believe anything Yishinchen tells you. Finally, the Earth's Cataclysm Day will arrive sooner than it did in my timeline. I apologize, but I can't reveal too much. I'm sorry I can't. Meet you. I'm going to another world to find Cheong. She betrayed her promise to me, and I don't know what scheme she's plotting now. The letter was long. Yige took a deep breath after reading it, once again shocked by its contents. Elena walked directly to Yige, buried her head in his chest, and whispered, Yige, please don't be like this. I'm so scared. I'm really scared of losing you. As she spoke, Elena tried to kiss Yige. Yige quickly pushed Elena away. Elena, what are you doing? I'm not doing anything. I'm just so hot. I'm so hot. Judging from Elena's emotions and expressions, Yige determined that her mind was confused. No, Dean Suing once said that Elena wasn't human. Therefore, a more accurate description would be that her programming had glitched. Why was this happening? Yige placed Elena on the bed and picked up the envelope, intending to destroy it. At that moment, a slip of paper fell out of the envelope. Yige bent down and picked it up. A line was written on it. Please cherish this beauty. Remember, no thanks needed. Number 1. Yige was stunned. Did someone in this world really possess precognition? No, that was impossible. Even if precognition existed, it would experience uncontrollable variations at some point. So, no one could foresee the present. It was like you couldn't control whether you stepped in with your left or right foot first. By the time you were aware of the issue, the variation had already occurred. Then why was number 1 so clear about everything now? Yige realized there was only one possibility left. Everything happening now was something number 1 had already experienced. Now, he himself was simply retracing number 1's path. That explained everything. Understanding this made Yige feel a chill down his spine, because it meant he, too, would be killed by Yishinchen. How could that be? Yishinchen was his father. Even tigers didn't eat their cubs. How could he be so ruthless? Yige stared closely at the slip of paper. To his surprise, there were words on the back, meaning there might be more information. Reflecting the sunlight, Yige made out the words, Elena is the one mother chose. Forget Mu Fei. Only Elena is your true love. Enjoy it. I missed this opportunity, and later, it was too late. Cherish. Yige couldn't make out the rest of the words because they were blurred by water droplets. The small characters were jumbled together, making them illegible. Only then did Yige feel Elena leaning against him. Her graceful figure wrapped around him like a seductive snake, soft and delicate and sweet. Any man faced with such temptation would surrender, including Yige. But just as things were escalating, the levee in the Shanghai suburbs flashed through Yige's mind. He thought of the light blue floral dress, quickly soaked in blood. Mufei stood there and said, "Brother, how about I be your bride tomorrow?" Yige suddenly woke up and pushed Elena away. But Elena's programming was already haywire. She lay there, her clothes disheveled, water droplets on the tips of her hair. She was clearly not human, but why did she seem so real? Yige couldn't bear to see her like this, so he quickly stepped forward and helped Elena up. In Yige's mind, he already regarded Elena as a close friend. After doing all of this, Yige found a small plastic bag under the bed, containing some powdery substance. No one knew what it was. Yige made a decision he would later be grateful for. He put the small plastic bag away. Elena didn't regain consciousness until the sun was about to set. "Yige, you and I would have been willing. You don't need to feel guilty." Elena looked at the mess in the room and didn't say much. Instead, she stepped forward to comfort Yige. Yige smiled and said, "Elena, you were poisoned. But don't worry, nothing happened between us. I was also confused, but at the crucial moment, Fei came to mind. Elena, in my mind, you're my close friend. Why do we have to get involved in those kinds of things between a man and a woman?" "Oh, is that so?" Elena said with a look of disappointment. "Yige, even though I'm a robot, I'm different from other robots. Come here, touch this, I might be human." As she spoke, Elena placed Yige's hand on her chest. By the time Yige reacted, he had already touched it, soft and delicate, like a mother's, with both intimacy and attraction. But even so, he couldn't be with Elena. "Elena, if you continue to be so persistent, I'll have to ask you to leave." Elena had no choice but to remain silent. The atmosphere became awkward, and Yige wanted to ease the tension but didn't know how. Suddenly, Elena, filled with anger, thought of Ryan and David. She had placed trackers on them, and it was the perfect opportunity to vent her anger on these inner-earth silicates. "Yige, how about we go find Ryan? It's only been half a day, and my fists are already missing them a little." Yige followed Elena to a small mountain in the suburbs. The tracking signal stopped at the end of the road, indicating that Ryan and David were nearby. Why is the signal no longer moving? There's no road ahead. Can they fly? Elena, search the area for any cracks or caves. They're inner-earth silicates. Digging is their specialty. Yige guided Elena based on his experience in the new Earth world. Soon, Elena discovered a location with a particularly strong signal, so she signaled Yige to follow carefully, as there was a cave ahead. "Sure, I've found them." Chapter 65 Inner-Earth Silicate Layer. "Sure, I found them." By the moonlight, Yige looked in the direction Elena pointed. Sure enough, there was a dark hole beneath a small tree not far away. It looked a bit narrow. A careful measurement suggested that it could only accommodate one person. "Yige, should we roast rabbits for dinner today?" "Sure, they're coming out." Yige signaled Elena to squat down quickly. Sure enough, the tree hole shook continuously, and then a head emerged. The person looked around left and right, and then quickly retracted back into the hole. Based on the degree of fear, they must be inner-earth silicates. "Elena, you want to smoke them out?" Yige saw Elena nod and tapped her on the head. "They are inner-earth people, not rabbits. Do you think they'd be afraid of that? They live in the Earth's core, where there's lava everywhere. So, our little bit of smoke will only reveal our own location and won't have any effect. Then what do we do? You guard the entrance, and I'll go in by myself." "No way, I'm going with you." Yige had no choice but to give in. After setting up traps outside the entrance with Elena, they entered the cave one after another. Elena worried about Yige's safety and took the lead. Yige had no choice but to follow behind. Fortunately, the cave passage wasn't wide. After walking for about 10 minutes, they entered a spacious hall. The hall was circular with a naturally formed cave roof, allowing for good ventilation. Yige saw the excitement in Elena's eyes, knowing that something bad was about to happen. He quickly covered Elena's mouth. "Keep it down. Let's sneak closer and see what they're doing. If you shout like that and they run away, all our efforts will be for nothing." Yige saw Elena nod and released her. Elena's face was flushed with shyness. "Yige, so you like to cover me from behind? I like this position too." Yige felt lifeless. Was the beautiful woman in front of him really a robot? The two didn't dwell on the topic. Instead, they cautiously crept forward until they were close enough to hear the conversation. The rocks on both sides provided natural hiding places. Unless Yige deliberately exposed himself, it would be difficult to discover them. "Ryan, David, what's going on with you two? Coming here without permission. Do you know you've created a disaster? If this gathering point is discovered by humans, all our years of effort will be for nothing." "Impossible. We're all members of the United Guard. No one discovered anything unusual there, so it's even less likely that we were followed here." "All right, I don't want to hear your nonsense. If you two don't have a good enough reason, you can expect a beating." "Why?" David was about to speak when Ryan stopped him. The Inner Earth Silicate standing at the front was their leader. He looked much older, and his bald head was covered in wrinkles. "David, are you questioning me? Do you believe that I can execute you based on this alone?" David panicked. Ryan hurriedly pulled his pig-headed teammate down to kneel. The leader held up a token. "When I came to the surface world, Cheong, the most respected god of our race, granted me this token. I can execute first and report later. Your families will also be shamed because of your actions." That's the gold-purple token? Even David knew that the person in front of him was telling the truth. Seeing this token was like Cheong being present in person. Ryan was very aware of the stakes because the Inner Earth Silicates always worked in pairs. If one of them died, the other would be executed as well. "Leader, we came here today because we encountered a tricky situation that required us to return. If we didn't convey this message, I'm afraid the respected Cheong would blame our team, and David and I simply can't bear that responsibility." "All right, my patience is limited." Ryan exaggerated what Yige, number one, had told him to the leader. "What did you say? That human actually knows Cheong? He wants to go find Cheong himself? Is he courting death? Why is he telling us all to retreat? Based on his word? Outrageous." "Leader, we refused to comply at the time. He had no choice but to tell us to do something else before releasing us." Yige and Elena were hiding far away, originally thinking there would be a good show, but Ryan had defused the situation. Ryan was much more cunning than David. With a few simple words, he had completely grasped the leader's emotions. Through the light emitted by the rocks in the cave, Yige clearly saw that the leader's face was full of surprise. "What did you say? How could there be two completely identical people in this world? Ryan, do you know what you're saying?" "Leader, of course we know. Otherwise, I wouldn't have risked returning here with David to deliver the message. David and I saw it with our own eyes. I can guarantee it with my life." "All right, you've worked hard." As he spoke, the leader went down to help Ryan and David up. The leader would never miss this opportunity to establish his personal image. Ryan and David secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They had made it through this. Just then, a cell phone ringtone echoed throughout the cave. The Inner Earth Silicates instantly panicked. "Ah, whose phone is ringing? Didn't I tell you all to turn them off? Humans must have discovered our base. Leader, you have to find a solution." Inner Earth Silicates were cowardly as individuals, but gathered together, this sense of panic would be amplified infinitely. Although the Inner Earth Silicates' words were very intense, no one dared to go and investigate. The leader also felt a headache. "David, I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Go check what happened." David was the commander of the United Guard, with excellent outer cultivation. He guaranteed the leader that he would complete the mission, speaking with impassioned and sonorous tone, but his steps were shaky. Over by the big rock, Yige saw the phone number and immediately wanted to kill Zhang Fengyan. "Zhang Fengyan, you want to be the death of me?" "Yige, what are you saying? I found a way to discover the Inner Earth Silicates. I'll send it to you right now." "No need. Just contact General Lin Feng of the United Guard Asian Division directly." Yige hung up the phone and signaled Elena to leave first. He heard footsteps approaching and had an idea in his mind. Yige walked out into the open, scaring the inner-earth silicates. You, human? How did you find this place? David and Ryan's eyes were filled with panic, clearly mistaking Yige for number one. Your location is indeed difficult to find, but that's for other humans. I am a friend of your Chiong, so this place is very easy for me to find. Chiong? Who are you? How could a human like you be friends with the king of the inner-earth silicates? The leader walked forward, surrounded by many inner-earth silicates. However, he stopped about 10 meters away from Yige. You can ask them who I am. At that moment, David and Ryan panicked. They knew the temperaments of the inner-earth silicates. Although they were cowardly, they didn't hold back when dealing with their own people, and their ruthlessness was frightening. Are you number one or Yige? Ryan asked. Do you have the right to know who I am? I asked you to pass a message to Chiong, but you said there was no way to do so. Hehe, now, Chiong already knows. Who do you think I am? Are you number one? Yige didn't respond, but instead stared deeply at the many inner-earth silicates. All right, you can all retreat now. This is Chiong's order. How can we possibly believe you? You don't have to believe me, but you can ask Chiong for proof. Yige believed that these inner-earth silicates would believe him. Chapter 66 Yige is exposed. Yige assumed that the leader wouldn't question Chiong. The ancient book that Lin Feng possessed described the inner-earth silicates as a highly hierarchical race. Therefore, in many cases, these leaders would prefer to err on the side of caution when dealing with matters. This made things easier for Yige. Ryan and David saw that the leader believed the words of number one and felt relieved. All of this was seen by Yige. In fact, Yige was secretly pleased with himself. These inner-earth silicates were very funny. If it weren't for the information number one left behind, he wouldn't have known so much. The commander ordered all the inner-earth silicates in North America to retreat. North America? Yes. Are there any other instructions from Chiong? Chiong's intention is for all the surface silicates to retreat, because the Earth's cataclysm day is about to arrive. This might be the best time for us to counterattack the surface world. Who are you really? The commander casually asked. The tone made Yige feel a bit eerie. Yige said coldly, What? You don't even obey Chiong's orders? Chiong is the king of the inner-earth silicates. Of course, we must listen to his orders. But are you telling the truth? If I'm not mistaken, you should be Yige, the one Ryan and David were talking about. As he spoke, the leader gestured, and an iron cage appeared in front of Yige. At that moment, the leader and the other inner-earth silicates laughed arrogantly. Haha, Yige, you can't escape this time. Seeing this, Yige didn't panic. Instead, he calmly sat on the ground. Escape? Why would I escape? Being stubborn like a dead duck is typical of you humans. Aren't you curious as to how I found you out? Although your inner-earth silicates can identify 72 kinds of scents, making you more sensitive than our dogs, you shouldn't have found me out from my scent, right? You are right. The leader looked in the direction behind Yige. Are you coming down by yourself, or do we force you down? The direction the leader looked in was where Elena was hiding. It was dark and the situation was unclear. The leader aimed a gun at Yige. If you don't come out, his life will be gone. Ouch! That hurts. They're powerful. Run quickly. Following the leader's scream, the entire inner-earth silicate group became chaotic. It had to be said that their long years of dormancy had been deeply influenced by the humans of the surface, and even their language was fluent. Soon, Elena directly subdued the leader. The remaining silicates squatted on the ground in fear, exchanging glances, thinking about finding an opportunity to escape. You open this iron cage. Elena pointed to Ryan. Ryan turned around, covering his head, and had no intention of coming forward to help. You order him to open it, or I don't mind killing you. Ryan, David, you two open the cage. Aren't you listening to my words? Ryan and David reluctantly got up and released Yige. Elena threw herself into Yige's arms. She cared too much about Yige, so much so that she dropped the hostage she was holding and came straight to Yige. Actually, it didn't matter to Elena whether the hostage was released. She could recapture them in a moment if she wanted to, but there was only one Yige. Yige pushed Elena away and saw that the inner-earth people were about to run away. Aren't you considering our feelings by doing this? Elena, go catch those bullying inner-earth people. So, Ghostly wails rang out throughout the cave again. All right, stop looking so gloomy. I'm not a man-eating demon. Why are you so afraid of me? You, come here. Yige saw that the leader wanted to retreat to the crowd, but he wasn't going to let him off so easily, so he ordered him to come forward. All right, you can't even be a leader if you are such a coward. If you know what's good for you, I promise I won't let you suffer. I'll ask, and you answer. Are all the inner Earth silicates in North America here? The leader nodded and then shook his head. 2 more died. Yige originally thought the leader was pretending to be stupid, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. The leader's head was really not working. Okay, that's not important. What is your purpose on the surface? Suddenly, the entire cave became unusually quiet. Yige could even hear the sound of water droplets falling. This silence was too luxurious, lasting only a few seconds. The leader stood up, tidied his clothes, and then waved his hands, as if performing a ceremony. Afterward, Ryan, David, and other inner Earth silicates gathered around him in formation. The leader shouted, "Counterattack!" Then, a thunderous shout erupted within the cave. "Counterattack! Back to the place where our ancestors lived. There is warm sunshine, a blue sky, and the longing to look back to where we came from, and the dream of going home." The whole ceremony lasted for about 3 minutes. Yige finally understood that this race of inner Earth silicates was really difficult to understand. All right, how could you possibly counterattack with just a few of you? No, there is nothing that we inner Earth people cannot do. We are now dormant in various industries, the purpose being to wait for the opportunity to open the Demon's Gate, which will be our moment to return to the surface. The Demon's Gate? What is that? Yige suddenly stood up. He had read many books and knew that humans had once drilled through to the Earth's core, but it eventually stopped. According to the official explanation, it was because the drill was not good enough, but the unofficial records claimed they encountered the Demon's Eye. The leader knew he had said something wrong and stopped talking. Yige threatened, "Are you going to tell me or not? If you don't, I'll kill an inner Earth person in front of you. Kill your compatriot. Let's see if you're stubborn or my knife is quick." But the leader didn't care at all, acting righteous and fearless. Elena directly took action. "Didn't you hear what my brother said? If you don't speak up, I'll cut a piece of flesh off you. I think you're also quite heroic, but I don't know how many cuts you can withstand." "Grandma, don't mess with me. I'll talk, all right?" Yige looked at Elena. The girl still had tactics. It seemed the inner Earth silicates weren't a solid block either, and, like humans, they also schemed against each other and abandoned others for their own benefit. Of course, this was only a small part of the picture. What is the Demon's Eye? Where is it? How will you open it? Actually, we don't know where the Demon's Eye is. Our purpose of dormancy is to wait until humans discover the Demon's Eye and then take the opportunity to open it. That way, the entire surface will panic, and at that time, the inner Earth silicates will emerge from all corners of the world, drive out humans, and occupy this fertile planet. After all the talk, Yige finally understood that the inner Earth silicates in front of him didn't know anything. 3 days from now, the Earth's Cataclysm Day. Is that what you call the Demon's Eye? What is Earth's Cataclysm Day? The rain sweeping the entire continent is a precursor to Cataclysm Day. Haven't you noticed? No, we haven't received any feedback from headquarters. However, this is very good news. I must report it to Cheong. The leader excitedly walked towards a secret room. Just as he reached the door, a voice appeared throughout the cave. "You pass a message to Cheong. Tell him not to forget his promise. Also, tell all the inner Earth silicates on the surface to retreat, or else face the consequences." The leader looked at Yige in horror. The voice was too similar to Yige's, but Yige shook his head. The voice was not his. Ryan said, "It's number 1. So, he's been following us all along." Elena also discovered the anomaly, pointed in a direction, and chased after him. "He's over there." Yige followed closely behind Elena, chasing after him. Chapter 67: The Unknown Egg. The figure was swift, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, Elena wasn't human. She locked onto it through the tracking system, but even so, she couldn't keep up. In the distance, at the peak of a mountain, the figure stopped, and Elena stood behind it. "Long time no see, but this time, when I see you, you seem to have forgotten who I am." "Who are you? Why are you saying such flirtatious things?" If you do that again, I'll let you know if my dagger is sharper or your mouth is tougher. Elena, you still have such a fiery temper. With that, the dark figure removed its mask. The wind blew his long robe, rustling and making him look very dashing. Yige, how is it you? How did you become so agile? No, you're not Yige. Yige doesn't know any martial arts, but you're definitely an expert. You can call me Yige, because in the beginning, you followed me, but I always liked Mu Fei and let you down all my life. Of course now, you can call me number 1, because you already have number 4, the Yige you speak of. I think you'll definitely be happy in this life. Number 1? Yige has mentioned you. Why are you here? As she spoke, a hint of ferocity flashed in Elena's eyes. Due to her programming, Elena was only gentle to Yige and the children in the orphanage. Otherwise, anyone who provoked her would find the price of a burial plot rising. Elena, listen to me. I'm not here to harm Yige, but to give you something. Take Yige to this place later. For various reasons, I and Yige can't be within 30 meters of each other at the same time, or the world will collapse. And you must remember one thing. You must be happy. Don't let Mu Fei get close to Yige again, or Yige will die. Mu Fei and Yige? Impossible. I will never allow Yige to die. All right, time is running out. Bring Yige here in 30 minutes. I have a gift for you. With that, Yige, number 1, leaped off the cliff. Elena was worried that Yige would encounter danger alone, so she rushed back to Yige's location. When the two returned to the mountain peak, Yige, number 1, had already disappeared. Elena, is what you said true? Yes, that's what he said. Elena told Yige what had just happened, but she omitted the part about Mu Fei. Even so, Yige was still saddened. Mu Fei, can you hear me? Since number 1 can change the linear progression, then so can I. I'll go back to when you were alive. I'll make you my bride. How devoted. If Yige was like that to me, that would be great, but I'm content to be by his side. On the edge of the cliff, there were 2 nest-like structures, each holding an egg-shaped object. The material wasn't calcium carbonate, but an unknown metal. This should be the item number 1 left behind. With that, Yige started walking forward. Yige, be careful. Watch out for a trap. Elena couldn't see through number 1 at all. No one knew if this was a trap, so she added, I'm afraid number 1 will harm you. Don't worry, he won't. Just as you said, if I die, then they will also die. Perhaps we are just ourselves from different timelines. But now, I don't know why they came to my world. Before number 1, I also met number 2 and number 3. I wonder what their civilization is enduring now. Yige walked straight ahead, unaware that number 2 and number 3 were sneezing in several places not far from him. As Yige's hand touched the 2 eggs, the clear sky suddenly turned stormy, with lightning flashing and thunder rumbling. Yige quickly withdrew his hand and stood in the distance watching the scene. It was a scene like the end of the world, the descent of a demon god. Lightning struck the 2 eggs, but the eggshells remained intact. Then, lightning covered the entire eggshell, greedily absorbing the lightning power. This should be an ancient sacrifice. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning were the dancers of this sacrifice. The ritual was about to end, but an accident happened. At that moment, a Qingluan appeared and directly took one of the eggs. Elena stepped forward to stop it, but it was too late. The Qingluan locked onto a single target, forcing Elena to abandon her attack on the Qingluan warship and save Yige instead. Damn it, that guy got away. Elena, are you okay? Yige, that egg was for you. Now we don't know who took it. What should we do? That was the Xingming's Qingluan warship. Losing to it isn't a disgrace. Do you remember what Zhang Fengyan said? That Dr. Zhao disappeared after Xingming relocated to the moon base? Are you saying it was Zhang Fengyan who was behind it? Humph, don't let me meet him again, or I'll pull out his hair and count if it's an odd or even number. It was Dr. Zhao who was behind it. The same murderer who killed Mu Fei? Yige's eyes were cold. He hadn't told anyone about this except the dean, but Elena knew. This made Yige suspect what Elena's purpose was being by his side. Yige, don't look at me like that. I'm scared. Do you want to ask me how I know? The dean told me. Suing? Why would she tell you that? Did you use other means to get that information? No, it's not like that. The dean said you were naive and told me to be wary of Dr. Zhao, fearing he would harm you. I didn't expect Dr. Zhao to get there first this time. As she spoke, Elena threw herself into Yige's arms, nestling there like a guilty kitten. All right, it's not your fault. No one knew Dr. Zhao would appear. Yige came to the remaining egg. The egg, which had been absorbing lightning energy, slowly began to crack. Finally, a furry little thing jumped out from inside. When the light dissipated, the furry thing's appearance became clear. It was a dog, but not a carbon-based life form. Yige couldn't say what its true origin was. It was possibly another silicon-based robot similar to Elena. How cute. With that, Elena stepped forward and picked up the puppy. Yige, why don't you give it a name? Elena came to Yige with the puppy in her arms. The dog had a natural affection for Yige, constantly nuzzling him with its furry head. Yige held it in his arms, seeing a faint Z shape flashing on its head, and had an idea. Then let's call him Zero. Zero? Zero? Okay, that's a good name. You're called Zero now. Zero seemed to understand, hopping and yelling on the ground, looking as if it was shouting, "Haha, I have a name now." At this time, a hint of regret appeared in Elena's eyes. I just wonder what was inside the other egg. Sigh, that egg is too pitiful. Chapter 68: The Arrival of Zero and Oner. The Qingluan soared into the sky and arrived at the highest point of the Andes Mountains, where there was a secret base of the Xingming. Dr. Zhao carefully held the stolen egg and placed it on a high platform. Haha, Yige cares so much about this egg. It must be a treasure inside. Maybe it contains the secret of the AI body. It's just a pity that Yige got the other egg. Otherwise, I would become the greatest scientist of this era. Clearly, Dr. Zhao had shifted the blame, forgetting that he was the thief who stole the egg. That egg wasn't so lucky. At the critical moment of absorbing energy, it was stolen by Dr. Zhao. So now it couldn't hatch and could only be stuck here. Dr. Zhao was the current chief scientist of Xingming for nothing. He soon discovered the problem. Someone set up lightning-attracting devices in the base square. Outside the square, devices were quickly set up, and a high platform was built according to Dr. Zhao's instructions. Dr. Zhao carefully placed the egg on the high platform and looked up at the perfectly clear sky. There wasn't even a trace of a cloud, let alone lightning. Earth Cataclysm Day, countdown 3 days. The unparalleled torrential rain had stopped, causing many people to wonder if the Earth Cataclysm Day predicted by Xingming would really arrive. So, people quickly abandoned their doomsday views and brought their families to the beach to enjoy this rare sunny day. Most people at the base also thought the same way, but because Dr. Zhao suddenly came to guide the work, the entire base had to work overtime to serve this top-level boss. Now, watching Dr. Zhao stage such a grandiose ceremony for an egg, singing and dancing, they all wondered if this old man's brain wasn't working properly. Who in their right mind would use lightning to cook an egg? Amid everyone's shocked gazes, Dr. Zhao decided to initiate artificial lightning enhancement. It seems like this old man really has a problem. What's wrong with the sun that he would artificially create lightning? Lightning is bound to bring rain. Doesn't he need to dry his underpants? If they don't dry, mushrooms will grow inside my underwear. Yeah, I heard the old man is the chief scientist of Xingming. He must have stayed in Tianzhong Experiment City for too long. The weightless state must have turned his brain to mush. Otherwise, who would get struck by lightning for fun? Sure, keep your voice down. If he hears us and pulls us over to get struck by lightning with him, it won't be worth it. As if the last one's mouth had been blessed, no sooner had he spoken than Xingming's guard commander C pointed at the three of them. You three, come hold this lightning rod. Commander, we don't want to die yet. Who wants you to die? Don't you have gloves? Just hold it for a bit. This damn sun is going to kill me. I'm going to get a drink. C wasn't thirsty at all. His lover was calling him in the crowd, and he needed to fulfill his obligations as a man. So, the three men reluctantly stood on the lightning-attracting platform. As luck would have it, lightning appeared in the sky as soon as the three men stood on the platform, scaring them into quickly dropping the lightning rod and running indoors. Bastards, who told you to run? Ah, my egg, if anything happens to it, I'll skin you alive. Dr. Zhao cursed in frustration, but it was too late. A thunderbolt followed the lightning rod and struck the eggshell. The lightning rod tipped over as it fell, knocking over the water tank next to it. The water flowed through the cracks and surrounded the entire egg. So, the egg stolen by Dr. Zhao became a waterlogged egg. As it turned out, Dr. Zhao's hunch was correct. The egg eventually cracked because it had absorbed enough lightning power. What was inside would soon be known. Dr. Zhao was excited. Soon, the eggshell cracked, and a furry animal with a golden glow jumped out. But with every step it took, it seemed electrocuted, emitting sparks. Fortunately, the hatchling was lucky and nothing bad happened to it. Dr. Zhao eagerly stepped forward and picked up the cute little thing. The cute little thing didn't look very smart. Seeing Dr. Zhao wanting to hold it, it immediately bit Dr. Zhao. Even so, Dr. Zhao was still delighted. Haha, I like this personality. As expected of my son, he has a strong will. Come, let daddy hold you. With that, Dr. Zhao took out a choco pie and threw it over. The little cute creature tasted it and thought it was the best delicacy in the world, so it set aside its dignity and became Dr. Zhao's son. Congratulations, Chief, on having a noble son. Why don't you give him a name, sir? C, who had just finished his business, came out and saw the scene. To make up for his mistake, he jogged over and took the opportunity to flatter him. Dr. Zhao enjoyed this. He stroked the head of the cute little thing with his hand. A one shape appeared on the cat's forehead. Haha, from today on, you will be called ONER. I just wonder what's in the other egg. The sunny weather didn't last long, and Xingming issued a global cold wave warning. This time the warning was very definite. Therefore, General Irinma of Oceania, the official spokesperson of the United Guard, made a public announcement. Thus, most people chose to end their vacations and began to head home. Dr. Zhao now wanted to recapture the other egg, so he chose the North American United Guard as a partner. He believed that General Paul would definitely be interested in the egg in Yige's possession. In order to gain Madeshi Paul's trust, Dr. Zhao provided this settlement to the North American United Guard for free to deal with the Cataclysm Day in 3 days. Now, people on all continents began to believe the news of Earth Cataclysm Day and followed the guidance of the United Guard to move to nearby settlements. Sunny days briefly appeared, but it became a luxury again. It no longer rained around the world, but a cold wind was blowing. Areas near the Arctic Circle had begun to freeze. It should be noted that this was summer in the Northern Hemisphere, which was the time to wear bikinis on the beach and enjoy the sun. The torrential rain hadn't caused panic among humans, because humans naturally liked water. But the arrival of the cold winter weather made humans truly realize that the Earth Cataclysm Day predicted by Xingming was real. So panic, even more terrible than the cold winter, gradually enveloped the world. Society began to turmoil, order disappeared, and the crime rate began to rise in both cities and rural areas. Food became a hot commodity, and clothes for warmth were even more precious than food. The United Guard airdropped a large number of superfibers to various places, but it was still a case of too little food for too many people. With the delivery of the last piece of superfiber, society began to Chengdu again. People who already believed in gangster logic were particularly crazy at this moment. Therefore, many weak people were lying on the side of the road before they even reached the settlement. Most of them were pampered people who were used to giving orders on weekdays. Now they had become the targets of everyone's attack, which was ironic. Many cities had activated robots to take on patrols, and the overall situation was brought under control, but it laid the groundwork for the great disaster that would occur in 2 days. All of this was within the algorithm, but the high-level humans had not discovered this. One more interesting thing that needs to be mentioned is that the main force of the inner Earth silicates was frozen into ice as soon as they appeared on the surface. Thus, this self-proclaimed righteous civilization battle ended because of this cold wave. This was a nightmare for those inner Earth silicate spies who had been dormant among humans. Chapter 69 Parting Ways. Thanks to Zhang Fengyan, the inner Earth silicates had been completely exposed, and even the upper echelons of the United Guard had been infiltrated. Somewhere in a conference room, Generals Lin Feng, Irinma, Madeshi, and 2 others gathered once more. This damned weather is making this winter even colder, Irinma complained from the start. It was currently winter in the southern hemisphere, and the global cold wave had covered all of Oceania in ice and snow. All right, Irinma. What's worse than this weather is the inner Earth silicate situation. I really don't know what they're up to, Madeshi. Paul said, feeling embarrassed. His jurisdiction had been infiltrated the most by the inner Earth silicates throughout the United Guard. General Lin, what do you think about this problem? Are the inner Earth silicates related to this Earth Cataclysm Day? The other generals wanted to know General Lin Feng, the Asian sector general's opinion. Lin Feng's opinion was too important. Regarding the inner Earth silicates, they have always wanted to return to the surface. Think about it. In the current situation, it is impossible for the inner Earth silicates to reach the surface at all, and these infiltrated inner Earth silicates haven't done anything that endangers society as a whole. Then what are they doing infiltrating? Are they here to enjoy life? I don't think so. I guess they are spies, providing intelligence for the inner Earth silicates invasion. Therefore, they created this disaster. I don't care what you think. Some of our radicals have already skinned these infiltrators and hung them up in this cold wave like dried chicken. Haha, guess what? They turned into ice sculptures in an instant. Hearing this, Lin Feng's expression became serious. I think we should be more gentle with the inner Earth silicates. After all, they haven't killed any of our people. Is there any humanity in what you're doing? General Lin, you're wrong. They are infiltrators. Their only goal is to defeat us and occupy our homes. Would you still be so kind then? Lin Feng couldn't agree with these jungle-thinking gangsters. The atmosphere in the conference room became extremely awkward. Meticulously Paul said, "All right, let's hear General Lin's opinion." "I have no opinion. Do as you please." Lin Feng left the conference room. The general from Africa also followed him. The remaining people were all birds of a feather. After today, the United Guard announced its dissolution. Each continent would be responsible for its residents' safety, parting ways from then on. General Lin, what should we do next? I don't know. The only thing I can do now is migrate. Migrate to where? If it were still heavy rain, the Great Plateau or your Africa would be the best places. But in this situation, I can only change the route and migrate entirely towards the Taklamakan Desert. Perhaps that's our only hope. Why the desert? I don't know, just a feeling. Soon, the people of the Asian and African zones migrated towards the desert, while the people of the other zones continued to migrate to the Xingming bases in the mountains. After all, the bases could only accommodate so many people. The higher-ups couldn't possibly be unaware of what would happen, but they were happy to do so because they believed that the people who survived the cruelty would be the elites of this society. Not long after Lin Feng left, Dr. Zhao appeared in the conference room. Meticulously Paul warmly welcomed Dr. Zhao. "Everyone, please allow me to reintroduce this old friend. Dr. Zhao, chief scientist of Xingming, our staunch ally." The people present were not fools. Dr. Zhao's appearance in this conference room had already explained a lot. The other two generals admired Meticulously Paul's plan. Now that the entire Xingming was on their side, what could they do in the Asian and African zones to resist the disaster? Wouldn't they have to ask them for help then? At that time, wouldn't these people in the room determine how much leverage they had? However, Dr. Zhao also has a request, which is to let us open the Bermuda Triangle so that Xingming can conduct research. I agreed. What do you guys think? The Bermuda Triangle was within the territory of the Americas. Meticulously Paul seemed to be discussing it with the generals, but he was actually asking for interest. Since that's the case, we'll open the library. How about we open the research results of the Mu continent? Hearing this, Dr. Zhao's eyes lit up. He even had the illusion that the AI body might appear in these places. Now Xingming had achieved a breakthrough in the research of barrier-breaking materials. Once the AI body appeared, he would be the first to break through the linear progression. This thought alone made Dr. Zhao extremely excited. Dr. Zhao said, "To show our sincerity, Xingming will open up global settlements. Residents in everyone's jurisdiction can enter with priority." How's that? Everyone applauded. In their opinion, Dr. Zhao was a fool. People were about to die. What did they need to know so many secrets for? Intellectuals were just pedantic. Dr. Zhao added, "You want to defeat General Lin Feng, and you all forgot one key point, Yige. Yige and General Lin Feng's first love have a very good relationship. Imagine if something happened to Yige at this time. Would Lin Feng feel good? Wouldn't he obediently let you manipulate him then? Where is this Yige?" Meticulously Paul had heard Yige's story many times. Now that the name was mentioned again, he became interested. He should still be in New York now. Then wouldn't it be nice to invite him over for tea? Haha, the general is brilliant. Dr. Zhao left the conference room and flew directly to New York State in a Chingwan. Wonder lay in Dr. Zhao's arms, as docile as a kitten. Dr. Zhao stroked its head, and the two were very comfortable together. "You said you came from Bermuda?" "Meow." The key to enter Bermuda is in that other egg? Meow. Good. Chingwon, full speed ahead. We must capture Yige alive. In the extremely cold weather, Yige's superfiber was very effective. Yige had somehow obtained a flight suit, which was very suitable to wear in such extremely cold weather. The entire continent was covered by the cold wave. Rain had stopped flowing and turned into ice bricks. Palm-sized snowflakes were floating in the sky. At this time, probably no one didn't believe the initial reports. Earth Cataclysm Day had really arrived. The two people and a dog trudged towards Times Square. Why go to Times Square? Because there was a base of the inner Earth silicates there, and number one had also predicted that if anything unexpected happened, they should go to 246 Times Square, where there might be a turning point. But before they could walk far, the Xingming battleship spotted Yige. Yige, get up here. I'll take you to the moon base. The Earth's ecosystem is too bad now. Zhang Fengyan, how did you get here? I contacted General Lin Feng according to your instructions. He told me you were in North America, and we discovered that Dr. Zhao was also in North America. We were worried you were in danger, so we rushed over. What are you talking about? How could Dr. Zhao harm me? Yige stared at Zhang Fengyan, raised the weapon in his hand, and shot Zhang Fengyan. At this time, Zhang Fengyan's true appearance also appeared. The person Yige killed was not Zhang Fengyan at all, but an android. Before Yige and the others could react, more and more Qingwan warships appeared, instantly surrounding Yige. Yige, hand over the other egg, and I can spare your life. Dr. Zhao, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Stop pretending. To tell you the truth, I took the other egg. Haha, Yige, you're still young and haven't eaten enough dumplings, and your composure isn't good either. What are you pretending in front of me? Then I won't pretend. If you want the egg, then come and get it. After saying that, Yige directly drilled into the ice underneath and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Chapter 70. ONER's Conspiracy. Under the ice, the road was not completely closed. This was thanks to the city's tall buildings, which supported the entire ice layer like skeletons. Now, the weather was getting colder and colder. Yige was a little worried about the dean and the children. He didn't know if they had gone to the settlement. When it was raining heavily, the Great Plateau was undoubtedly the best shelter, but now it seemed that it was no longer safe. Before Yige could think about it, a blasting bomb exploded the ice layer, and then row after row of robots entered the ice layer. This is the United Forces logo. Run. These people are definitely not here to save us. After saying this, Yige picked up 0 and advanced along the street towards 256 Park Avenue. Elena blocked these robots behind Yige. Elena's knife was cutting through these robots, the blade striking sparks on the metal guys. The blade light and the sparks were exceptionally dazzling under the ice frame, but the other side didn't cause any damage at all. Elena also discovered this. Therefore, she kept cutting the ice surface with her knife. This action made it impossible for the robots to react for a while. There was no response plan for this situation in the program of these people. The entire robot team stopped, and it was no exaggeration to describe them as dumbfounded. Not only that, Madeshi Paul in the control room was also laughing wildly. Is this little girl giving up on herself? Ha ha ha, I didn't expect Yige to have such a stupid companion. In their eyes, Yige and Elena were lambs waiting to be slaughtered, so they weren't in a hurry at this moment. Inside the Qingwan, Dr. Zhao stroked ONER's head. Why aren't these idiots moving? What are they doing? Stupid things, spoiling this princess's good deeds. I'm going to eat these iron guys. This voice startled Dr. Zhao. You can actually talk? ONER did a somersault and stood on the ground, not caring that it had just been thrown out. Instead, it wagged its tail. Of course, this princess is the smartest species on planet O. How could I not be able to speak? I can learn the language of a low-level civilization like you without any difficulty. Planet O? Is that beyond the solar system? The solar system? Oh, you mean your cage. Of course, the star cluster where we are located is much richer than your barren land, ONER said, walking back and forth. By the way, it's outside of the star systems, you know. The most important thing now is to get those big idiots to catch that dog. Otherwise, we won't be able to reach the demon's eye. The demon's eye? What is that? ONER felt that it had let the cat out of the bag, and instantly felt that it didn't matter. This person in front of him still had some value, so it would give him a little sweetness. The demon's eye is what you call the Bermuda Triangle. This planet you are on will soon have a curved body. You can cross time and space through this curved body. Of course, there are more curved bodies like this in our star cluster. This is the most primitive curved body. Even so, with your wisdom and materials, you can't pass through it all. As he spoke, Wonner kicked the broken copper and scrap iron on these Qingwan ships with a look of disdain. Okay, now is not the time to talk about this. Hurry up and let those big guys catch that dog. It has the key to opening the demon's eye. Otherwise, even if this planet is destroyed, the demon's eye will not open. Dr. Zhao felt that the cat in front of him was very arrogant. It seemed to him that this cat was a robot, and what it said was nonsense. There was no advanced civilization in the solar system or even the known star systems, but this cat was boasting shamelessly. However, now Dr. Zhao really wanted to catch that dog. On this point, his goal was the same as Owner's. At this time, Elena finally found a water pipe. Then Elena made a cut, and a huge water curtain sprayed out, covering the entire robot team. In the extremely cold weather, these robots all became ice sculptures. Elena's knife cut through again. Relying on primitive kinetic energy, these robots were quickly dismembered. After doing all this, Elena chased in the direction Yige was heading. Madeshi in the control room wanted to smash the screen, but the messy ground was of no avail. Inside the Qingwan, Dr. Zhao and ONER were gnashing their teeth in anger. Idiots, what kind of robots are these? Haven't they awakened their autonomous consciousness? Autonomous consciousness? Wonner knew that he had let the cat out of the bag again. It meowed and stopped talking. Qingwan, go under the ice shelf. It's useless to rely on anyone now. It's still most reliable to rely on yourself. Elena had just caught up with Yige. Run quickly, they're chasing after us. Yige was panting and couldn't run anymore. Has Dr. Zhao gone crazy? Doesn't he want to know about the AI body? Or have they already found the AI body and are getting rid of the donkey after it has ground the grain? They are coming for me. I think that cat has controlled your Dr. Zhao. Who's talking? Elena pointed to the puppy in her arms. Only then did Yige realize, you're saying this dog can talk? How is that possible? The big yellow dog I raised when I was a kid could understand what I said, but it still couldn't talk. You're telling me this stupid dog can talk? It's hilarious. Yige said as he ran, out of breath. Who are you calling a stupid dog? This prince is the most handsome and smartest dog on planet D. How dare you laugh at me? This time Yige finally believed it. He was so scared that he threw Zero out. Zero wasn't as agile as ONER and fell on the ice shelf. How dare you throw this prince? I'll fight you. After saying this harshly, Zero tore over fiercely, but was hugged by Elena. Zero, the Qingwan is coming soon. Let's run. Please call me your highness. Ouch, that hurts. Zero was grabbed by the ears by Elena and immediately became much more honest. Why are they chasing you? It must be the cat's conspiracy. It must have told that doctor of yours about the demon's eye. Otherwise they wouldn't be chasing me so crazy. The demon's eye? This was the second time Yige had heard this name. The first time was from the inner earth silicates, and the second time was from the self-proclaimed dog's mouth in front of him. Yes, the demon's eye can open the curved body in this barren land of yours. Through the curved body, you can go to another space. Are you talking about the AI body? The AI body? No, there will only be curved bodies in this barren land. The AI body already has autonomous consciousness. You won't even find it on our planet. Careful. Just as Yige was about to continue asking questions, Elena directly tackled him to the ice shelf. The Qingwan appeared in front of Yige and the others. Dr. Zhao walked out with ONER in his arms. They came to the snow pile where the ice shelf had collapsed. Run? Ha ha ha, that's ridiculous. No dog person has been born in this world that can escape this princess's palm. Wonner wagged its tail and barked wildly at the snow pile. Be good and let this princess eat you. And this princess promises to let your pets go. How's that? Chapter 71. Xiong actually comes from New Earth. The snowdrift shifted slightly, followed by a burst of flying snowflakes. As the snowy veil settled, two people and a dog appeared before the group. Their cool entrance lasted all of 3 seconds before they dissolved into a fit of coughing. Stupid dog, do you agree to this princess's terms? Don't worry. I promise to close my eyes when I eat you. Dumb fat cat. Once I regain my strength, I'll make you into a pillow. No, a toilet seat. I'll ride on your head every time I go to the bathroom. The cat and dog started bickering as soon as they saw each other, completely ignoring the humans around them. From the perspective of these two adorable creatures, humans were probably just their pets. Then, the two cuties started wrestling, a glorious tradition of Planet O and Planet D in some star cluster. Zero's strength hadn't recovered, which was probably related to the fact that it hatched first, or that it was struck by lightning. On the other hand, Wonder simply wasn't very bright, likely because its head got filled with water when it hatched. When these two oddballs fought, Zero was obviously at a disadvantage. Just then, a large foot came swinging, sending ONER flying dozens of meters before it crashed heavily to the ground. In contrast, Zero was being held in Elnia's arms, looking smug as hell. C, the captain of the Star Alliance Guard, sensed an opportunity to curry favor with the cat and rushed to ONER's side, intending to show his loyalty. Instead, he received a face full of cat claws. He tried to pat the cat's butt, but only got its claws. Yige walked over to Dr. Zhao. Doctor, long time no see. Dr. Zhao reflexively pushed up his glasses, his signature move. Yige, give me that dog. It's incredibly important to our Star Alliance. As a part of the Star Alliance, you must contribute to its development. Yige was already furious at seeing his enemy again. Now that Dr. Zhao had dropped the pretense, Yige wouldn't be timid in front of him anymore. Doctor, are you saying that if I dare refuse, you and the Joint Guard will kill us all? Is this what you mean when you say you're the closest person I have in the world? Doctor, you've disappointed me greatly. For a moment, Dr. Zhao hesitated, and he pushed up his glasses habitually. Yige, of course, I'm the person you can trust most in the world, because I was your father's assistant. But have you ever truly trusted me? Doctor, I've always trusted you. Then why did you pretend not to know about Mu Fei's matter? Were you planning to stab me in the back when I was at my weakest? Is that it? Yige's heart was rocked by a storm. So Dr. Zhao knew everything, yet he had been acting all along. Why? However, Yige's expression didn't change. Doctor, didn't we join the Eternal Life Project to revive Mu Fei? What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Heh, you don't understand, huh? Then will you give me that mechanical dog of yours? Of course. Hearing this, Dr. Zhao was overjoyed. But in the next second, Yige was running away with the mechanical dog in his arms. Not. The words slowly floated over as Yige disappeared from sight. Take your time. That was Yige's principle. Just as Dr. Zhao was organizing his men to give chase, the entire ice shelf collapsed, blocking his path forward. The snow shifted slightly, and Dr. Zhao crawled out, stepping on C's back. Damn, Yige. When did he plant those explosives? That guy got away again. Back on the Qinghuan, Dr. Zhao immediately contacted Medici Paul. General Medici, I hope you keep your promise. If the Joint Guard doesn't send elite forces to capture Yige, then I won't hesitate to terminate our cooperation. Dr. Zhao, watch your tone and remember who you're talking to. Am I to take your comments as a provocation? Medici Paul can do that, you know? Suit yourself. We can reach the Bermuda Triangle without you, and even with your help, we might not fully grasp its secrets, because the only key to unlocking that door is in Yige's hands. Dr. Zhao, may our collaboration be fruitful. The Qinghuan took off. Dr. Zhao had a premonition that this trip to Bermuda could surpass linear incremental growth. But before all that, Dr. Zhao had to return to the Star Alliance lunar base to retrieve the breaching materials. The elite troops of the American Joint Detachment received the general's orders and immediately sealed off all streets in New York, determined to capture Yige. Every street corner was filled with heavily armed soldiers. Hey, buddy, isn't it a bit embarrassing that we're sent to catch a kid? Yeah, but it's better than helping those refugees or the dead bodies we had to carry. We should be grateful. With so many people mobilized, maybe Yige has already been caught. Is that so? Who's there? Before the two soldiers could react, Elena knocked them unconscious and dragged them into the alley. Soon, two people and a dog emerged from the alley. Even the dog was wearing a soldier's uniform. And so, the two people and a dog swaggered towards 246 Times Square. No one suspected Yige's identity. Some low-ranking soldiers even saluted Yige after seeing the insignia on his uniform. Yige returned the salute. The journey was smooth, and Yige and Elena arrived at 246 Times Square. Inside, the fire in the fireplace burned warmly. Yige, number 1, was talking with a subterranean Siliconian about something. All right, I have to leave, or this world might collapse. You can talk to Yige about the rest? Is he coming? Didn't you meet him on New Earth? Why are you so nervous? You haven't fallen in love with number 4, have you? Stop with the jokes. The one I love is you, but you keep rejecting me. Is it because of Mu Fei? Hearing this, Yige, number 1, who was about to leave, stumbled. He disappeared into the shadows without saying a word. Just then, the door to 246 was pushed open. The wind and snow poured in relentlessly, raging as if seeing a young girl's nude body. Then Yige walked in. Welcome, Yige. You know me? Yige suddenly felt a sense of urgency. As if sensing Yige's change in mood, Elena stood in front of Yige, ready to fight. The subterranean Siliconian turned to face Yige directly. Old friend, long time no see. Don't you recognize me? You're Qiong? Qiong from New Earth. Yige couldn't believe his eyes. How old was this guy? Wait a minute. Some things needed to be sorted out. If the current Qiong came from the world of New Earth, then where was Dihong? And something even more terrifying, Yige didn't dare to think about it. Could the world of New Earth and the current Earth world be the same world? Chapter 72. Some information about New Earth. Yige, you don't have to look so shocked. I know what you want to ask. Qiong gestured for Yige to sit down. Heh, you felt this way in the cage, haven't you? It's just that things have changed. If you insist on dwelling on the past, I don't mind adding a few empty chairs. But what does that even represent? What do you say, Yige? Yige finally believed that the Qiong in front of him was the girl he had met in the world of New Earth, the peerless queen of the subterranean Siliconians, Qiong. At first, Yige had thought Qiong was just a title like Emperor or Your Majesty, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. What do you want to say? After all, we're not familiar. Yes, the current you is probably number 4. This is our second meeting, but my name and yours have been old acquaintances for a long time. All right, let's not talk about this boring topic anymore. We need to have a serious conversation now. What can we negotiate? I don't think it's necessary. Yige didn't want to say much. He came here to take refuge, and after hiding for a while, he would head to the Bermuda Triangle. To be honest, he was very interested in the Devil's Eye. From Ryan, Yige learned that the subterraneans hid on the surface to obtain the Devil's Eye. Probably, Qiong was aiming for the same goal. At this moment, Qiong seemed to see through Yige. She wasn't in a hurry, but fiddled with the fireplace. I hope this fire gets stronger, so you might want to know some people's stories. After all, I've lived from that world to this one. And you think the people in the game world didn't appear? Wouldn't some people be curious? Qiong seemed casual, but she tightly grasped Yige's lifeline. Yige suddenly stood up. What do you want? Nothing? I just want to tell a story. Isn't that right? The kettle on the stove made a whistling sound, and steam billowed out, as if sensing the awkwardness in the room and trying to remind everyone. Qiong got up and poured hot water for Yige and Elena. She took a sip, tested the temperature, and swallowed it. Her whole body warmed up. Yige, we don't hate each other. I captured you because I wanted revenge, but it was all a misunderstanding. And without my guidance, you wouldn't have been able to get rid of those humans. In that sense, we should be considered friends. What do you want? Yige was very wary. I said it already. I just want to tell you a story. Maybe after you hear it, you won't want to go to the Devil's Eye. Because with the curved surface, no one knows what's on the other side. No one who's gone has ever come back. You subterraneans have been lurking in human society for the Devil's Eye, haven't you? Now you're trying to dissuade me from going. If I were stupid, I definitely know there's a conspiracy here, let alone that I'm not. I said that no one who's gone has ever come back. I want to find him. Is that reason enough? Yige felt that getting information out of an old monster who had lived for countless years was more difficult than climbing Mount Everest. The only way to win this Hell Mode game was to uninstall it. So Yige didn't continue the topic. Qiong started telling stories. Should I start with Dihong? Yige didn't say anything, but his body betrayed him. When he heard the name Dihong, Yige's body trembled involuntarily. Qiong didn't call him out on it. She seemed to be reminiscing, as if after so many years, she and he had finally met again. Dihong is dead. Dead? He's always there every time I enter that world. It's only been a few days and he's dead. Maybe it's only been a few days in your world, but it's been tens of thousands of years in that world. Do you think I need to lie to you about this? Yige completely trusted Cheong in front of him and asked, Dihong died? Did he die from illness or war? Illness. Cheong's tone was very calm, and you couldn't hear any emotion at all. Finally, he got the answer he wanted. Yige breathed a sigh of relief and aroused his curiosity. Cheong, I remember Dihong started conquering other tribes. Later, the entire continent was conquered by Dihong, wasn't it? You can say that, or you cannot say that. In the end, the New Earth world established a Manhwa system, and each tribe was independent internally and called itself a state externally. Oh, that's good too. Everyone can discuss things together, and there won't be any more wars. Do you think you humans can do that? If it were our subterranean Siliconians, we could definitely coexist peacefully. Cheong didn't finish the rest of her words, but Yige understood what she meant. Cheong, you are right, because we humans are indeed easily controlled by desires, but not all humans are like this. You can't guarantee that there are no selfish people among your subterranean Siliconians. I think this is the driving force for civilization development. It's just that we have deviations in our applications, isn't it? Yes, whatever you say is right. The room was awkward again. No matter how the fire tried to save it, it couldn't alleviate the situation at the time. Elena was teasing Zero, but Zero disdained to pick up the ball thrown by Elena, but Zero regretted it the next second. Stupid dog. I told you to not listen to me. Hit him. How dare you hit me? This prince will fight with you. Yige and Cheong turned their eyes to this side, because this was the only situation that could relieve the embarrassment. Your dog is very special. It can actually talk. Is it not a real dog but a mechanical dog? I don't know. He was struck down by lightning. As for why he can talk, you have to ask him. But you have to be prepared before asking him. I'm afraid your blood pressure will rise. Such a cute pet dog. I am too happy for the dog. Yige, if you don't want me to touch it, I won't. Whatever. Cheong touched Zero's head, and suddenly their skin lit up. This is Yige. It's not a mechanical dog, but our silicon-based life. To be precise, I and it are of the same source. Cheong, what the hell is going on here? I don't know. You said it was struck down by lightning? Maybe it comes from the depths of the universe. Whether it is cage space, New Earth space, or the current Earth world, they are not the home of our silicon-based life. Our home is not in this star cluster. So what Zero said is true. Yige only then believed that the dog in front of him was actually an alien dog, not an artificial mechanical dog. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Who was of the same source as you? You are just a species of lower silicon-based civilization. How can you possibly meet my standards? Saying that, Zero rushed over with milk fiercely. Cheong kicked him away. Even if you come from the D star cluster, what can you do? You are still not being played by me. Put away your self-righteous arrogance. In front of me, you are just a dog. You dare to insult this prince, I will fight with you. But when Zero came to Cheong again, it changed its direction and plunged into Elena's arms with a flattering face. But Elena didn't want to avenge this stupid dog at all, but threw it to Cheong. You help us deal with the people outside. You can ravage this dog as you like. Forget it. Bullying it is worse than bullying a dog. Zero finally understood that these two harmless women in front of it were not to be provoked by it at all. So it hid under Yige's feet, lying there and snoring in a while. Don't worry, only our subterranean Siliconians, or people we allow, can enter this place. Those clowns in the joint guard can't find this place at all. Even if they do, they can't enter. Oh, this place should be very similar to where I live. Elena put away her vigilance. Yige said, You met number one? Yes, I met him. Because of your arrival, he had to leave. Otherwise this world may collapse. I really don't know what you are doing. Maybe it's all for the love in our hearts. Cheong, do you have a way to go to the Devil's Eye? It's possible, but there's a door blocking the way. No one can get in. This is easy. With that, Yige threw Zero to Cheong. It is the key to open the Devil's Eye. Chapter 73. The Devil's Eye Under the Bermuda Triangle. This is easy. Cheong led Yige and others to the subterranean world. The Tree of Creation was still standing, just like when Yige entered here from the New Earth world a few days ago. At that time, Yige was captured by Cheong. At that time, Cheong, like Elena, should still be a girl. At this moment, Yige was invited by Cheong. I have to say that the world is unpredictable. The Bermuda Triangle you mentioned is just the periphery of the Devil's Eye, and this is the bottom world of Bermuda. The door in front is the entrance to the Devil's Eye. Are you saying this stupid dog can open that door? Stupid dog? This prince is of higher bloodline than you, but you call this prince a stupid dog. When I regain my strength, I will make you look good. You just wait for me. Cheong ignored Zero. Yige, that's the top of Bermuda. There is a natural strong magnet there. Whether it's a ship or an airplane, as long as it gets close to this place, it will lose power and then be swept into the water. Ordinary people will not survive, but there are also lucky ones, and they have become the materials for the Tree of Creation. These words were said lightly in Cheong's mouth, but these words clearly stated the whereabouts of so many buried people. Fallen leaves return to their roots, and all return to the Tree of Creation. Yige looked up, and the sea water flowed in a certain direction, and the sea water above was in the opposite direction. There were about 9 layers stacked like this, and even the body of steel would be dismembered under such a huge, stirring force. Let's go. Take you to see that door. If you can't open it, you know the consequences? Cheong's tone was still so calm, but Yige felt cold all over, and even Elena's spirit jumped up, ready to protect Yige's safety at all times. Yige, you are so happy to have such a beautiful, capable, loyal, and loving girlfriend. As a woman, I am a little envious of you. Cheong, we are not that familiar. I don't want to reveal my personal privacy to you. We are just a cooperative relationship. I hope you pay attention to your limits. After saying this, Yige regretted it. Cheong, the one I like is Mu Fei. You met number 1. So is Mu Fei by his side? Hee, are men really so fickle? Isn't it your privacy to talk about these things now? Hee, we are just a cooperative relationship. Why do you think I should tell you? I was rude just now. I think your intention is to reveal some information to me. I know you all want to influence my future direction. This should be the real reason why we can meet in the real world. Okay, you only have yourself by your side. Number 1 asked me to convey a word to you. Before Cheong could finish her words, Elena interrupted. Don't tell him, sister. Cheong, please don't tell Yige what number 1 said, okay? Elena, what are you doing? Why don't you tell me? Have you met number 1 too? What did he tell you? I said, there is no possibility. Between us, I always treat you as the closest person, but we can't be together at all, because I always have Mu Fei in my heart. I can be your younger one. Then I can't accept it either. I can't make you feel wronged. This is also my promise to you. Cheong looked at all this, her lips moved, but in the end she chose to help Elena. Are you sure? Of course, I know what I'm doing, and I don't want to change anything. I'm satisfied to be by Yige's side. Elena walked towards Devil's Eye. Behind her were Yige and Cheong. As for Zero still being held by Cheong, and the Devil's Eye was close at hand. Stupid dog, I'll leave the rest to you. Cheong threw Zero over, and before Zero could study it, when its dog eyes looked at the dog head on the door, the whole dog fell to the ground and fell asleep. It didn't look like it was pretending. The others had no choice but to return to the Siliconian settlement to discuss further. On the other side, Times Square, New York. Those 2 soldiers who had their clothes taken off were not frozen to death. When they were found, they were trembling with anger, but the details were not convenient to explain, because it was too embarrassing. Meticulously was even more furious after receiving information from the 2 of them. What is going on here? You explain it to me. How did these 2 idiots get into the Joint Guard, or our special forces? This is simply embarrassing. General, these are all the people selected by David Searle. Idiot. Now you are the commander of this force. If I hear that traitor's name again, I don't care if you can see tomorrow's sun. Now search the whole city for those 2 people and a dog. The first one to find them will be rewarded with 3 places in the resettlement point. This order was issued by Meticulously. Meticulously is not stupid. Dr. Zhao can give up so many partners with him. That means there must be huge secrets hidden in the Bermuda Triangle area. Maybe it is a treasure or some secret that scientists cannot explain. Otherwise, how could a scientist give up his proud integrity to please people like them? Yes, it must be so. Yige must be caught. This is the basis for continuing negotiations. The entire Joint Guard launched a carpet search, but Yige disappeared under the eyes of so many people as if he had never been here. There was no way. Paul had no choice but to communicate with the Star Alliance, hoping to get the help of the Star Alliance. At this moment, Dr. Zhao cut off any signal source in order to keep it secret. The Qingluan warship flew into the depths of the Gangdais Mountains. A certain peak looked the same as ordinary mountains from the outside, but inside it was a secret base of the Star Alliance. A space fighter is hidden here. Dr. Zhao took ONER on this fighter to the lunar base. After the space fighter crossed the atmosphere, all signals were restored. Contact Dr. Zhao for me. Everyone put down what they are doing, and be sure to contact him as soon as possible. General, we are connected to the doctor. Do you want to join the call? Paul quickly sat in front of the screen, drank a glass of red wine to stabilize his mind, and then connected the line. General, what's the matter with contacting me so anxiously? Did you catch Yige? I'm sorry, Doctor. Even though we dispatched our most elite troops, the other party disappeared out of thin air. So, I want to borrow the Star Alliance and hope to contact him. General, I'm very sorry. Now I have broken up with Yige, and it is difficult to contact him again. Now the only thing we can do is force Yige to show up. Force him to show up? Are you saying to attack his family? This may aggravate the occurrence of the Earth disaster, right? General, those who accomplish great things do not stick to trivial matters. I can't tell you how important Yige is now, but you must be clear that we must catch Yige no matter what. Okay, I will consider it. Paul looked at the citizens who were rushing to the resettlement point outside the window, and the red wine in his hand was constantly shaking. He was making a choice, that is, to make a choice between these citizens and the unknown secret. Soon, the glass of red wine was drained, and Paul also had the answer. Because this question is not a multiple-choice question in his eyes at all. Chapter 74. War? Absolutely not allowed. We've confirmed it. That damn weather is all Lin Feng's doing. We have to make him pay. Deploy our best weapons. We will have our revenge. Paul had lost it. If his plans were followed, the Earth wouldn't need a catastrophe day to be destroyed. Thankfully, someone leaked the information to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was shocked. What is Paul trying to do? There hasn't been a war on Earth for nearly a century. He's trying to start one. No, I can't let him succeed. Lin Feng gathered the Asian sector's military leaders. We have reliable intelligence that someone is planning to exploit the chaos to start a war. Their only goal is to wipe us out. I ask you, can we allow this to happen? No, no, no. We have only two paths before us. First, prevent this war from happening. Second, take the war to space. Behind us are millions of our compatriots, our relatives, our brothers, sisters, wives, children, and parents. We'll sacrifice ourselves before we let them suffer the ravages of war. Comrades, we can overcome natural disasters, but man-made disasters break our hearts. I expect you to act on your promises. After his mobilization speech, Lin Feng ordered all covert operatives to activate and stop the war. If war became unavoidable, Lin Feng himself would lead a fleet to fight it in space. Phew. Lin Feng returned to the command center. He was going to call Paul. Hello, Lin. It must be late at night over there. What brings you to call me at this hour? Paul, have you lost your mind? Why are you doing this? Calm down, Lin. You're going to give yourself kidney deficiency if you keep staying up this late. Lin Feng, facing Paul's evasiveness, said coldly, I imagine you know exactly how we're going to respond, just as we know you're strategic. Deployments. That's why I needed to call you today. If you continue to play dumb, the moment war breaks out, you'll be a criminal in human history. Lin, since you know everything, I won't hide it. Yes, I'm preparing for war, and I was forced into it. Please forgive my situation. Your situation? Did they kidnap your wife and kids? Or did the subterranean Siliconians control your mistress? How laughable. Who in this world could force you? Lin Feng sounded contemptuous. Paul, we've known each other for so long, and I'm only now finding out how much of a rogue you are. It's Yige. Yige? He's just a kid. How could he threaten you? Yige is in hiding, and I can't find him, so I was planning to pressure you to hand him over. What happened to Yige in your American sector? Medici Paul, if anything happens to him, I'll kill you myself, and you won't need to start a war. You know I know Kung Fu. No. Dear Lin, don't get excited. Yige has a big secret, and that secret might be connected to Bermuda. I don't know the specifics. You'll have to ask Dr. Zhao. Medici Paul knew what war meant. Compared to that big secret, these losses didn't matter. But Lin Feng was different. Medici Paul knew that what he didn't care about, Lin Feng cared a lot about. It seemed he'd gambled, right? Medici Paul said, Dear Lin, I'll give you 2 days. If Yige doesn't show up, we'll start a war. Actually, whether or not war breaks out then, humanity's fate will be remarkably similar. What do you think? Lin Feng said, Do whatever you want. After cutting off the communication, Lin Feng's eyes turned cold. Dr. Zhao, so you're the mastermind. In that case, the entire Star Alliance has no reason to exist. Lin Feng first asked Zhang Fengyan, Has Dr. Zhao returned to base? Zhang Fengyan said, He's back. That little gnome locked us scientists up again. He's got the breaching materials now, but we don't know what he plans to do with them. Lin Feng looked puzzled. Didn't you control the base before? How could he take you by surprise like that? What happened? Zhang Fengyan said, It was why. Before he could finish, the signal was cut off. Lin Feng looked perplexed. It couldn't be Yige. Could it be Yi Xingqian? Impossible. Yi Xingqian is no longer in this world. How did he do it? Since I can't figure it out, let's destroy it all. Lin Feng ordered all air-to-space ballistic weapons to lock onto the Star Alliance lunar base. Immediately, alarms blared throughout the Star Alliance base. Target locked, source unknown. Target locked, source detected. Target locked, current defense systems activated. Target locked, air defense systems unable to lock target. Target locked, self-destruct sequence initiated. As Lin Feng opened the black safe and issued the order, alarms continued to ring in the Star Alliance lunar base. The sound was like a death knell, chilling the hearts of everyone in the Star Alliance base. Some frantically boarded space fighters and fled the base. One was followed by another, and soon dozens of fighters soared into the sky. They weren't going to fight, they were running. But to their surprise, the fighters were shot down shortly after leaving the base's controlled airspace. Blazes bloomed in the dark sky, like fireworks, but tinged with sorrow and regret. In this situation, the base's personnel were utterly despairing. Even the base's air defense system has automatically given up. What are we still fighting for? That's right. Catastrophe Day is coming, and maybe only the top brass in the Star Alliance can escape. Early death is the same as late death. Let's just accept it, right? At first, these people had mocked the humans on Earth for being afraid of death as they saw them migrating through surveillance. But when death truly came knocking on their door, they realized how powerful that fear was. Even the strongest would face this panic, especially those without firm ideals. Lin Feng's voice echoed throughout the Star Alliance base again. I have no quarrel with you, but you've aided and abetted evil, so I can't spare you. I'm giving you a choice. Capture Dr. Zhao alive and release the imprisoned scientists. Then I can lift the lockdown. Lin Feng's voice was like a decree in the Star Alliance lunar base. At this time, no one cared about anything else. Staying alive was paramount. Dr. Zhao pushed up his glasses, which gleamed. Lin Feng, did you have to go this far? In that case, I'll play along. But when Dr. Zhao activated the button, the system prompted, You are not authorized to perform this action. Your operating privileges have been revoked. You have 5 minutes to leave the Star Alliance base, or you will be wanted. Dr. Zhao lost his composure. He grabbed ONER and ran. He was a stray dog that everyone was beating. Yi Xingqian, you dare to screw me over. You wait, I won't spare you. With those words, Dr. Zhao ran toward the stealth space fighter. He had to leave the Star Alliance base, because he alone knew its horrors. Chapter 75. Who played Zhang Fengyan? Inside the Star Alliance lunar base, those loyal to Dr. Zhao joined the search, but unbeknownst to everyone, Dr. Zhao had already left the Star Alliance lunar base with the breaching materials in a new fighter he'd built. After a thorough search, they didn't find Dr. Zhao, meaning they'd missed their chance for a great accomplishment. They had no choice but to release the imprisoned scientists. I'm not leaving. I'm the youngest and most promising scientist in the Star Alliance. You can lock me up and release me whenever you want? What do you take Zhang Fengyan for? Suit yourself. They couldn't stand Zhang Fengyan on ordinary days, so the last thing they needed was for him to leave, so it was nice and quiet. Zhang Fengyan stamped his feet in anger. As the youngest and most promising scientist, I'm too lazy to argue with you illiterates. Tell me where that gnome Zhao is. I'm going to take him out. We don't know either. The Star Alliance base has been locked down by the Joint Guard. If we can't find Dr. Zhao, we'll all be destroyed. Even if we have the most advanced air defense system, it's useless. The base has given up resistance. How is that possible? How is it impossible? The whole base heard the alarms. Didn't you hear them? I thought that dwarf Dr. Zhao was just joking. What? The base is locked down. Good heavens, why aren't you running away? Zhang Fengyan's reflex arc was always a bit longer than others. In a flash, he was running toward the fighter built with breaching materials. Why are you following me? Professor Zhang, why don't you take us with you? We have old mothers to care for and young children to raise. We really can't die. Who said I was running? I'm going to find Dr. Zhao, so he doesn't get away. Didn't you hear the broadcast say we'll be safe as long as we catch Dr. Zhao? Professor Zhang, didn't you just say that message was fake? Go to hell. Stop talking nonsense. Don't follow me. If you follow me again, I'm going to run away. When Zhang Fengyan arrived at the secret room, it was empty. The fighter that had been built with so much effort was long gone. Damn it. Dr. Zhao must have stolen the breaching fighter while we were locked up. According to Yige's predictions, the AI body is about to appear. Now that the breaching fighter is gone, everything is over. When everyone came running, they found Zhang Fengyan kneeling on the ground, crying. Professor Zhang, what's wrong? It's over. It's all over. That gnome Dr. Zhao is so heartless. He ran away, but what about us? Tell me, what are we supposed to do? Professor Zhang, why don't we surrender? Surrender? Surrender to whom? Surrender to the people locking us down on Earth. As long as they don't attack us, the entire base can't be destroyed. As long as the base isn't destroyed, we still have a chance to live. Even if the Earth's catastrophe day truly breaks out, we can accept some people and preserve the spark of humanity. Do you know who locked us down? They all shook their heads. Zhang Fengyan was so angry he swore. Forget it. I'll just contact General Lin Feng myself. I'm really convinced, so much chaos, and we still don't even know who the enemy is. Soon, Zhang Fengyan contacted Lin Feng. General Lin, I have 2 pieces of bad news to report to you. Which one do you want to hear? I'm glad you're still alive and able to talk to me. Whatever, I'm listening. Zhang Fengyan grinned. The first piece of news is that Dr. Zhao escaped from the lunar base in the breaching fighter. The second piece of news is that we've been locked down by an unknown force, and the base might be destroyed. Oh, you don't know who locked down your base? Then let me ask you, how did you get out? Lin Feng's bad mood was amused by Zhang Fengyan. It was I who locked down your base, and then let those people defect and release you. Do you understand now? Then hurry up and lift it. Otherwise, the base's self-destruct system will activate. It's not time yet. The base's highest control rights should be with Yi Xingchen. Find a way to contact him and give you the base's highest control rights. Otherwise, even if the base self-destructs, my weapons will continue to bombard. Are you talking about President Yi Xingchen? How is that possible? He broke through linear incremental growth with the AI body 2 years ago, and we don't know where he is now. Then who built this base? Zhang Fengyan woke up as if from a dream. This base was the Star Alliance's base on the moon, so of course the manufacturer was the Star Alliance. No wonder Dr. Zhao was able to get the highest control rights as soon as he returned to the base. This was all set up by Yi Xingchen back then, but what was his purpose in doing so? The door to the central control room opened, and Zhang Fengyan put his hands on his knees and gasped for breath. You're finally here? You are? You're President Xingchen? Zhang Fengyan looked at the man in front of him, who looked very similar to Yige, and involuntarily raised his voice. President, have you really broken through linear incremental growth? What you're seeing now is just a holographic recording, and it will only appear at specific times. The fact that you're here means that everything is proceeding according to the original trajectory. No, what did you do? Why did I appear ahead of schedule? You're not Yige. Tell me, who are you? President Xingchen, it's me. I'm Zhang Fengyan. the youngest and most promising scientist in the Star Alliance. Zhang Fengyan? Don't recognize you. What do you want to say to me? Give me the base's highest control rights. Impossible. I didn't even give them to Xiao Zhao, let alone you. Lin Feng said he was going to blow up the base. Wait, what did you just say? I said that General Lin Feng is going to blow up the base. Not that sentence, the previous one. I want the base's highest control rights. No problem. Afterwards, a voice sounded throughout the entire base. Zhang Fengyan has obtained the highest control rights for the Star Alliance lunar base, forward base. Zhang Fengyan now wanted to curse. Base, where is your integrity? No, this is definitely not the President Xingqian I had in mind. The holographic image gave Zhang Fengyan a mysterious smile and disappeared. Zhang Fengyan only then realized a problem. He had been played, but Zhang Fengyan didn't know who had played him. Inside the breaching fighter, Dr. Zhao activated autopilot. ONER, where do you think Yige might be hiding? I can't sense Zero's existence either. They seem to have disappeared from this world. That's not right. How can there be so many silicon-based life forms in this world? Silicon-based life forms? Subterranean siliconians. How do you know? Because that stupid dog and I are silicon-based bodies, but we are much more noble than these silicon-based people on Earth. In our world, they are at most considered pets. I think I know where they went. Where? The subterranean world. With that, the breaching world rushed directly into the atmosphere and flew towards the Mariana Trench. Dr. Zhao believed that it was the closest place to the subterranean world. Chapter 76, Kidnapping. The breaching fighter patrolled the Mariana Trench for a long time, but still couldn't find the entrance to the subterranean world. One important reason was that after the breaching fighter dived into the sea, Wonder fell asleep inexplicably. Dr. Zhao used all the sonar technology he had, but still couldn't find the entrance, so he had no choice but to give up. Feeling depressed, Dr. Zhao contacted Medici Paul. Mr. Paul, I want to know who betrayed me? Dr. Zhao, please understand one thing. Everyone here is an adult, and there is only an exchange of benefits between adults. Do you still think this is a child's game? Hee, I've been taught a lesson. Have you captured the people I asked you to capture? Dr. Zhao, I don't want to become a criminal for all of humanity. I've given Lin Feng less than 1 day, and if he doesn't hand Yige over to us by then, he will be a criminal against all of humanity. Mr. Paul, the Earth world will be destroyed in 3 days, and human civilization will be reduced to ashes. Does it matter who becomes a criminal? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. We must find Yige and take back the dog in his hands. Only in this way can we gain the advantage and have a chance to survive. Dr. Zhao, first tell me why Yige and that dog are so important, otherwise I won't be used as a weapon by others. Dr. Zhao was silent, and his hand kept shaking the glass of wine, and the red wine was covered with barriers. Dr. Zhao, your wine is good. If you are willing, we can sit down and have a drink. No need. I think I will have a way to make Yige appear. Hee, you rejected my proposal so quickly. Are you not afraid that I will reveal your message to Lin Feng now? Mr. Paul, you underestimate our Star Alliance too much. My car is the latest generation fighter of the Star Alliance, built with breaching materials. Do you think you can lock me with the technology of the Joint Guard over the years? Isn't that possible? Medici Paul had ordered Dr. Zhao's location to be locked the moment the video was intervened, and perhaps he had already obtained Dr. Zhao's news at this moment, so he was so confident. Mr. Paul, didn't your subordinates tell you that they didn't find my location? Come, I'll tell you my location, 11 degrees 20 minutes north, 142 degree 11.5 E. You can search to your heart's content, and I'll win if you can find it. Come on, check it out for me. 5 minutes later, Medici Paul still failed to lock the breaching fighter. Goodbye, my friend. You have no value. The Star Alliance's open settlement point will consume all its energy within a day. I wish you good luck. Dr. Zhao drove the breaching fighter towards the eastern continent. At this time, under the cover of the Asian District Guard, most of the residents were all gathered in the major basins, which were only temporary resettlement points. Zhang Fengyan had obtained control of the Star Alliance lunar base, and he had expanded the entire base. Everything was so smooth and fast because the Star Alliance lunar base's expansion plan had already been written into the Control Genie's program. All this is within President Xingqian's calculations again. How is this possible? Is Yi Xingqian really a human being? Zhang Fengyan mocked himself a little. Maybe the development of the breaching fighter was also planned by Yi Xingchen long ago. What is his purpose in doing so? No one could answer Zhang Fengyan's question. Zhang Fengyan contacted Lin Feng, and because of Yige's relationship, the two were now in their honeymoon period. Old Lin, we can receive refugees from Earth here at any time. However, you'd better check whether there are any shadows of the subterranean Siliconians in the people you send over. I don't want to give these valuable places to those others. So fast? Is the Star Alliance really a construction fanatic? I said Yi Xingchen had foreseen all this. Do you believe it? I have seen it with my own eyes. Of course I believe it. Perhaps the world we understand is not the real world. I hope we can all escape this disaster, and perhaps we can unlock the truth of this world. Lin Feng selected the first group of people from the Taklamakan Desert, all of whom were leaders in various industries, and also selected 100 different livestock as the first group of lunar residents to be sent to the Star Alliance. Lin Feng wanted to send Suing and the children from the orphanage to the lunar base as well, but was rejected by Dean Suing. You are the general of the Asian region, and the more you get to this point, the more you should insist on fairness. If you have selfishness at this time, it will be a disaster even more terrible than Earth's catastrophe day. But your achievements in many aspects are much stronger than those people. You are fully qualified. But what about the children? I can go. Can they go? You can't say that these children will be dazzling geniuses in the next few decades, can you? You are still so stubborn. I have a way to send them up. Lin Feng, don't say any more. I promised Yige, I will wait for them here. Saying that, Suing went back to the tent. No matter what, he wanted to be with Yige and these children. The breaching fighter did not find Asian refugees at the settlement point on the Great Plateau. Dr. Zhao said coldly, "It seems that Lin Feng still has some skills and is not so pedantic. Since that is the case, it will be easy. I like dealing with smart people the most." The breaching fighter directly turned on the hotspot positioning function and soon locked the Darim Basin and came to the sky above the Taklamakan Desert in the blink of an eye. Due to the obstruction of the mountains, the cold current had not yet invaded here, and the people who escaped here temporarily breathed a sigh of relief. With the help of many musicians, the people here still lived in peace and did not appear to be in turmoil, which was in stark contrast to other regions. And all this peace will be broken tonight. Night fell, and the breaching fighter locked the tent where Su Ying and the children were, and abducted them without a sound. As soon as the sky dawned, Lin Feng noticed something was wrong. At this time, Su Ying had already taken the children to get up and practice their bodies, but now it was unusually quiet, so he came to their tent. Only a few solitary ropes were left in the place where the tent was originally placed. Both the people and the tent were gone. Lin Feng was anxious. He called the guards. "You go and read the video of this place, remember? Don't tell anyone that I am reading it." The guards saluted and left, and when he entered the tent again, he had a machine in his hand. This kid directly moved the host here. After Lin Feng signaled the guard to go out, he began to study the video himself. 8 p.m. The tent is still there. 9 p.m. Su Ying and the children returned to the tent. 10 p.m. The tent is still there. 11 p.m. The tent disappears. The above times are non-Eastern 8-zone times and are converted according to the local time zone. Lin Feng stared sharply at the screen. Between 10 p.m. and 11 p.m., something must have come to the camp, but why didn't the surveillance satellite find it? Is it the new material from the Star Alliance? Soon, Lin Feng found the time when the tent disappeared, from 10:45 p.m. to 10:50 p.m. For a full 5 minutes, the prevention and control monitoring system of the entire camp still did not find this breaching fighter. Bastard. It's too hateful. It has actually achieved complete stealth, and all radars and sound waves can't capture it. It seems that Dr. Zhao came prepared. So what is his purpose? Yige, yes, he wants to lure Yige out. From Su Ying's mouth, Lin Feng learned that Dr. Zhao used Mu Fei's life to make Yige willingly join the Star Alliance back then. Now the old trick is repeated, and this trick cannot be cracked at all. Yige, you are still too kind and pay too much attention to emotions. This is a good thing and a bad thing. Before I see Yige, these children should be safe. Lin Feng's brow relaxed. He was waiting for a call. Sure enough, the phone rang. Dr. Zhao, what the hell are you doing? Don't you know that disaster doesn't strike family members? General Lin, you are so majestic. You have made me like a stray dog, and now I want you to taste this feeling too. Dr. Zhao, Don't do this in front of me. I know your purpose is to find Yige. I'm sorry we don't know where Yige is now either. Yige last appeared in New York, North America. I think you should contact Medici Paul. General Lin, you are very smart. Therefore, I like dealing with you. I know you have a way to contact Yige. I will give you 6 hours, and after 6 hours, I will not see Yige. Then don't blame me. I will kill one child every hour until Yige appears. No, let those people go. I'll be your hostage. I'm the general of the Asian District Joint Guard. My weight is much stronger than those civilians. You are also a smart person. It must be more beneficial to use me as a hostage. No, General, I'm not stupid. I think I will be killed before the exchange is completed. Absolutely not, I swear. Okay, you have 5 hours and 55 minutes left. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng's hand slammed the table. Yige, where are you? If you were there, what choices would I make? Chapter 77. Yige appears. The subterranean world, beneath the tree of creation. Zero suddenly opened its eyes. It looked around with lingering fear, and only after seeing that it was far from the gates of life and death did it breathe a sigh of relief. That bastard! Trying to frame this prince. Did he not know that was the devil's eye? Luckily, this prince is blessed by the heavens. Otherwise, I'd have ended up there. That damn cat, plotting to frame this prince? Fabricating the story that this prince can open the gates of life and death. Those idiots believed his lies, nearly causing this prince to be backlashed. That damn cat. Doesn't he know that only the two of us together can open the devil's eye? Are you saying that opening the devil's eye requires you and Oner together? Yige happened to pass by and casually asked. Yes, that's why that cat captured me. It was thinking of eating me, so that it would simultaneously possess both attributes and be able to open the devil's eye. However, after the last incident, I also understood a principle. There's no need for either of us to eat the other. As long as we're both present and activate our energy, we can open the devil's gate. But will that cat cooperate? Humph, this prince will eat him. At this moment, Elena walked over. Stop bragging. You're no match for that cat. This prince will fight you. Before Zero could finish, it swallowed the rest of its words, because Elena was already sharpening her knife, preparing to kill a dog. On the other side, the Taklamakan Desert, inside the encampment. At this time, 1 hour had passed since the kidnapping. Lin Feng had finally made a decision to find Yige at all costs and convey the message to him. As for whether to hand Yige over, that was absolutely impossible. Inside Lin Feng's tent, a subterranean Siliconian was brought in. I want to talk to your Chiong. Did you come to deliver a message? Why should I listen to you? How about I give you a spot in the lunar base? Obviously, the Siliconian was moved by Lin Feng's offer. You want me to contact Chiong? I'm not qualified to do that, but I can help you send the message back to the subterranean world. Deal. And so, the message about Lin Feng looking for Yige was brought back to the subterranean world. In fact, Lin Feng himself didn't know where Yige was. He could only try his luck. In the subterranean world, Yige heard that Lin Feng was looking for him, so he went to Chiong's palace. Chiong, is there a shortcut here to reach the Taklamakan Desert? Just go upstream along this river. But are you sure you want to go to the surface world? It's really cold there. Yes, General Lin Feng wants to see me, so I have to go meet him. You can use a communications satellite. It will take at least a day to get from here to the Taklamakan Desert. By the time you get there, Catastrophe Day might have arrived, and you won't have a chance to run away. Satellite phone? Yige hadn't expected to have a signal this deep underground. He took out a satellite phone that looked like an old-fashioned cell phone and dialed Lin Feng's number. Yige, finally got in touch with you. Looks like you really entered the subterranean world. So, did you find out the subterranean Siliconians' plan of action? What's their purpose in creating this disaster? Uncle Lin Feng, I have the speakerphone on, and Chiong is right beside me. Isn't it impolite for you to say that? At this moment, Chiong said, General Lin, although this is our first meeting, I've heard your name before. I promise you here that this disaster event has nothing to do with our subterranean Siliconians. The only natural disasters we can manipulate are volcanoes, cave-ins, and mudslides. Look at the surface world now. Are they facing these? Also, if you have something to say to Yige, say it quickly. Satellite calls are expensive, okay? Lin Feng was choked and didn't know what to say for a moment. Yige, long story short, Dr. Zhao kidnapped Dean Su-ing and the orphanage children. His purpose in doing so is to force you to appear and hand over that dog. Of course, I refused him. Uncle Lin, you probably can't lock onto him. So, my purpose is very clear. I'm going out to see him. Yige, I think it's necessary for you to know this news, but I don't want you to show up. Let me handle this matter. I believe I have the ability to handle it well. Uncle Lin. Before Yige could finish, the phone was cut off. Yige angrily looked at Qiong. What are you doing? Don't you know that lives are involved? Qiong still had no expression. Obviously, this is a trap set by that Dr. Zhao. His goal is simple, to lure you in, capture Zero, and then monopolize the Devil's Gate. I don't want you to leave the subterranean world. Secondly, I told you that satellite calls are very expensive, and I don't have any credit. Yige was speechless. The dignified king of the subterranean world didn't have any credit, but when he thought about it, he understood. There were very few smart people like Ryan in their subterranean world. Otherwise, life would be absolutely comfortable. Qiong, you promised me one thing, and I can guarantee you can make phone calls for free. How about it? You want me to help you rescue those people? No, no way. I can't exchange the lives of my people for phone call freedom. All right, I admit that you saw through my thoughts. But Qiong, you can completely utilize Ryan's talent and have him be your Minister of Finance. That way, the subterranean world's financial situation will be much better. Qiong thought for a second and agreed. She had also heard about Ryan's luxurious life in New York in 246. Times Square was not just for show. Yige, you really want to go save people? Yes, that's the dean and the children. They're the most important people in my life. Lin Feng didn't explain it clearly, but I'm very clear. If I don't go out, Dr. Zhao will really kill people. That's how Mu Fei died back then. Damn it. Dr. Zhao drove the breaching fighter and appeared above the desert. Below were densely packed tents and small people like ants. Looking at this scene, the corners of Dr. Zhao's mouth curved slightly. He pushed up his glasses and shouted, Lin Feng, 6 hours have passed. Now I'm going to kill someone. Dr. Zhao used refraction projection technology to project the breaching fighter's image onto the base below. On the big screen, Dr. Zhao was holding a gun, aiming at a child. Lin Feng, I do what I say. Next, let's see which child is unlucky. You, yes, you. Woo woo. Dean, I don't want to die, don't want to die. Woo woo. Dean, if I die, won't the evil guy kidnap Yige big brother? Woo woo. I'm not afraid anymore. I'm not afraid anymore. Good, then I'll fulfill your wish. Do you have any humanity? At the moment Dr. Zhao fired the gun, Su-ing pushed the child away. The bullet passed through Dean Su-ying's collarbone, and blood flowed out. Lin Feng, did you see that? Your beloved woman is bleeding, huh? I know you can contact Yige. You tell him that if he doesn't appear again, my next shot won't be so lucky. If you don't believe me, you can bet on whether your woman can take another bullet. At this moment, the Qingwan fighter came straight towards the breaching fighter. Dr. Zhao, what can you do besides bullying women and children? Yige, you're finally here. Since you're here, then don't leave. Dr. Zhao entered the breaching fighter's control room, then turned the plane around and attacked the Qingwan fighter. The Qingwan fighter was Dr. Zhao's famous work in the Star Alliance. Of course, he knew the Qingwan fighter's weaknesses, which was the tail wing. Because the material's extensibility was insufficient, the Qingwan fighter's tail wing design and material selection were inferior to other parts of the fuselage. Haha, Yige, your death is coming. Chapter 78, Crisis of Death. The appearance of the breaching fighter was something that this civilization could not explain. None of the weapons of this civilization could lock onto it, and it was only in a passive position. The Qingwan fighter, known as the strongest fighter of mankind, was garbage in front of breaching technology. Yige, you're dead. The breaching fighter tore through the Qingwan's tail wing. The Qingwan fighter driven by Yige instantly lost its balance and crashed directly towards the desert. If this continued, both the Qingwan and Yige and Elena would become ruins. Ha ha ha, Yige, beg for mercy. As long as you beg for mercy, I can save you. Dr. Zhao, aren't you afraid of retribution for doing so many outrageous things? Retribution? Haha, I'll give you some retribution. Saying that, A video of Dr. Zhao shooting children appeared on the screen of the Qingwan fighter. Dean Suing shouted not to, and her body was shot again. This time the Dean could no longer stand up, and her thigh was shot again. Dr. Zhao, what do you want? I want your dog. You talk about benevolence and righteousness, but now you are disregarding the lives of these people for the sake of a dog. I see you are the same. Are you not afraid of retribution? Dog? Okay, take it. Just like that, Zero was thrown out by Yige in an unpredictable state. Yige, I'm not a human, you're a real dog. The breaching fighter rushed directly towards Zero, and a large net directly hugged Zero. Zero at this time was a turtle in a jar, but it no longer shouted, but its eyes were full of horror, because it saw with its own eyes one grenade after another being shot at the Qingwan fighter. Yige, you can't accept it. Yige and Elena gave up resistance. The canopy opened, the seats of the two started talking, the parachutes opened, everything was so smooth. Yes, Yige and Elena became easy targets. Inside the breaching fighter's cabin, Dean Suing saw all this with her own eyes. No, you are a devil. The children also squatted on the ground crying. Yes, I am a devil, but everything I do is for humanity. Do you know this dog? The blood flowing in its body has nothing to do with our carbon-based civilization. It is a silicon-based life form. Do you know what a silicon-based life form is? No, you only know that I am a devil, don't you? Haha, but this is not important. What is important is that I will open the devil's eye, and I will lead mankind to surpass the current civilization. The breaching fighter cooperated with Dr. Zhao's bold words to launch the final blow to Yige. The breaching whistled past, and the parachutes were overturned all at once. Yige felt as if he were a kite with a broken string, and deeply experienced what gravitational acceleration meant. Elena hurriedly pounced on him. Yige looked at Elena, who was holding him tightly, trying to turn his body over to become Elena's meat pad, but found that Elena had the same idea as him. Yige couldn't move. Elena, what are you doing? Let go, otherwise you will die. Yige, from the moment I was born, my life belonged to you, but I am sad. I gave all my love to someone who can't love me. Yige, let me do one last thing for you. Yige saw Elena's eyes for the first time, and only then did he realize that the girl in front of him was full of his own eyes, with tenderness and love. Sorry. Yige didn't know why he said these words, nor did he know why he shed tears. Elena, if we both survive, we definitely can't survive. If we meet again in the next life, will we be together? Elena smiled, and tears flowed out. Yige, I am satisfied with your words. Then, both of them closed their eyes. Yige tried to turn over, but was still tightly held by Elena, motionless. Mu Fei, I'm coming to find you. Hee. I originally thought about surpassing linear incremental growth to find you, but do I still have a chance? Elena, I'm sorry. I failed you in this life. I hope we can be together in the next life. Ha. I didn't expect that Yige, would be so scummy. Is it really good to lie to a girl like this, who will have a next life? Thoughts passed by like white clouds, and Yige completely accepted reality. However, reality was not what Yige thought. They were caught in a large net in the air 1,200 meters above the ground. We didn't die? Yige felt the softness around him, opened his eyes, and the scene in front of him was like being in a Star Alliance base. Yige had many questions in his mind, and the only thing he was sure of was that he didn't die. But where did Elena go? Yige didn't know why he would think of Elena instead of Mu Fei in the first place. Maybe it was because he and Elena went to die together. At this time, the door opened. A scruffy person with a sloppy beard came in, and Yige recognized this person at a glance. Zhang Fengyan? Why is it you? Yige's first thought was that he was still captured by Dr. Zhao at the last moment. Otherwise, why would Zhang Fengyan appear? In Yige's heart, Zhang Fengyan had become synonymous with being a running dog. Yige, you're awake. I was the one who saved you last. What's with that look on your face? Get up, you running dog. Come and catch me and go to your master to take credit, right? Yige, what nonsense are you talking about? Zhang Fengyan poured Yige a glass of water. Here, have some water. We'll go see Elena. Later, I don't know what's wrong with this girl. She's obviously in better physical condition than you, but she hasn't woken up yet. Yige heard Elena and then remembered. Zhang Fengyan, come here. Zhang Fengyan didn't know what Yige was going to do, and came to Yige without preparation, and then shouted, Yige, you're crazy. I'm your teacher, but you bit me. Let go. You traitor who cheated your teacher and destroyed your ancestors. Zhang Fengyan, I said after I resigned from Shanghai University that you are not my teacher. It seems that you are in pain, so I am not in a fantasy. I should not be dead. Damn, Yige, you kid really have something. Wouldn't you bite yourself if you wanted to prove that you were dreaming? I'm in pain if I do that. You know I'm afraid of pain. You. Zhang Fengyan was so angry that he couldn't speak. Yige took a sip of water and got up and walked out. Zhang Fengyan, what's going on here? How did you get here? General Lin Feng ordered me to come. Lin Feng? Where is he? He's organizing battles in the desert. Battle? With whom? Dr. Zhao. Yige stopped, grabbed Zhang Fengyan's hand, and bit again. Yige, are you a dog? You have proven yourself to be alive. Why do you still bite me? Zhang Fengyan, haven't you found out that you are very annoying? Since you cherish your words like gold, then I will teach you how you can finish all the words at once. Zhang Fengyan was speechless and wronged. Yige, I will answer whatever you ask. This is my professional habit as a teacher. I can't change it for many years. Okay, I said, all right. Yige put down his fierce eyes after hearing these words. Chapter 79. A new round of battle begins. After Dr. Zhao returned to the lunar base, he seized control, and then we were captured by Dr. Zhao. Get to the point. Yige was already impatient. He had many important things to do, not listen to Zhang Fengyan's lecture. Perhaps having experienced death once, Yige's personality had subtly changed. The timidity and indecisiveness of the past were gone, replaced by competence and leadership qualities. Zhang Fengyan watched Yige's back, slightly surprised. Dr. Zhao gained control of the wallbreaker fighter. With General Lin Feng's help, we forced a change of command at the base and used the base's memory to rebuild this wallbreaker fighter. Good. From today on, this fighter will be known as Azure Phoenix N. I will have Azure Phoenix completely tear Dr. Zhao's wallbreaker fighter to shreds. From Zhang Fengyan's words, Yige understood that only he and Elena had been rescued. Dean Suing and the children from the orphanage, along with Zero, that dead dog, were still in Dr. Zhao's hands. Lin Feng had initiated this war to buy Yige time to thwart Dr. Zhao's conspiracy, although Lin Feng didn't know what the Demon's Eye was. However, Meredith Paul had revealed everything. The Demon's Eye was located in the Bermuda Triangle, and they deduced that it was related to the Star Alliance's Eternal Life Project. Yige, what the hell are you doing? Wake up. Only you can stop Dr. Zhao. Lin Feng stared at the combat loss ratio, 1,000 to 0, on the screen. He couldn't describe the heartache he felt watching the elite pilots of the Joint Defense Force dwindle away. Huff. The last Azure Phoenix fighter disappeared from the screen in the operations room. Lin Feng sighed and slumped into his chair. It was over. All was lost. The Joint Defense Force no longer had the strength to stop the wallbreaker fighter. Inside the wallbreaker fighter, Dr. Zhao laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha. So this is the wall-breaking civilization that humanity has been searching for. It's 1,000 times more advanced in technology. Ha ha ha. Demon's Eye. AI body. Here I come. I will be humanity's hero. I will lead humanity to a new civilization. Dr. Zhao arrived at the holding cell. Suing shielded the children behind her, while ONER was pushed to the front. Wonder looked depressed, lying face down on the floor. You're a dog. Bark, damn it. I am a dog, but I'm not stupid. Suing was shocked. You're not a biological dog? You're a mechanical dog? Good heavens, what have I done? I took a bullet for a mechanical dog. Why didn't you say so earlier? This prince is of the silicon-based race. How can you carbon-based life forms compare? Dr. Zhao approached, amused by their internal squabble. Ha ha ha, what's this? Now that Yige is dead, are you all shirking responsibility? Dr. Zhao, you're despicable. First, you murdered Mu Fei to force Yige to join the Star Alliance, and now you use the same tactics to kill Yige. Are you even human? Yige brought it on himself. Dr. Zhao's eyes flashed. He wouldn't allow anyone in the wallbreaker fighter to talk about it. Yige was like a thorn in his side, and he couldn't be at peace until he removed him. Dr. Zhao's goal was clear. Now that the wallbreaker fighter had broken free of the encirclement, The main task was to open the demon's eye. ONER, I leave the rest to you. Wonder jumped down from Dr. Zhao's arms, tail erect, strutted like a cat, and toyed with its tongue as it approached Zero. Silly dog, you're lucky to be eaten by this princess. If you eat me, you'll never return to Planet O, because I've been to the demon's eye. If I die, you won't be able to open that door. Even if you absorb my energy. You've been to the demon's eye? Is it under the Bermuda Triangle? Yes. You can't enter from the sea. The seawater there is a giant meat grinder. But I know a safer path. How can I trust you? I can tell you a secret. There are civilizations at the Earth's core that are different from the surface, and those civilizations possess the genes of our silicon-based civilization. They are probably the most humble pets. Zero said this in its civilization's language. Only ONER could understand it. To others, it sounded like dog barking. ONER, what are you doing? Why haven't you eaten it? If you don't eat it, I'll have that dog eat you. In the face of the demon's eye, I can give up anything. Old Zhao. Call me Master. Master, that dog says it's been to the demon's eye. There's a door there that only we two can open together. Dr. Zhao didn't answer but paced back and forth. Eventually, he made up his mind and came before Zero. You've seen that door? What does it look like? Are you telling the truth? Dr. Zhao was shocked. If he hadn't seen the door of the demon's eye, he couldn't describe it so clearly. It was the same as the scroll in the British Museum. All right, I'll believe you for now. Dr. Zhao picked up ONER and walked towards the door. Dean Suing breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Dr. Zhao stopped. He pushed up his glasses, his back to Suing. Don't worry, I've achieved my goal. I'm not in the mood to kill anyone right now. Then, the door closed again. Suing and the children gasped for air. Surviving was truly fortunate for them. Suing picked up Zero. What you said is true? Yes. Do you think Yige will die? No. Why? Because I'm bonded to him. If he dies, I die too. Suing gave up trying to get any more information and began to worry about Yige's situation. Inside the Azure Phoenix Inn, Yige glanced at the unconscious Elena and walked to the cockpit. As Yige entered the cockpit, he felt a sense of familiarity. The layout was very similar to Yi Xingqian's Laboratory Zero. Zhang Fengyan, what's going on? I don't know. This fighter has been operating autonomously since it was built. I'm just a pilot, not a controller. Are you saying you don't have the highest control authority over this fighter? What about Dr. Zhao's wall-breaker fighter? I don't know. Zhang Fengyan walked away from the control cabin. Yige looked at Zhang Fengyan's back, feeling like he didn't recognize the person in front of him. But Yige didn't think too much about it. Yige put on the control helmet. Congratulations, Yige has obtained the highest control authority over Wall Breaker 2. What can I help you with? I don't like that name. I suggest you change it to Azure Phoenix Inn. The model number is just a code name. Why be so insistent, Master? Azure Phoenix Inn is honored to fight alongside the young Master. Catch up with that wall breaker fighter and destroy it. Understood. Dr. Zhao was celebrating breaking free of the desert fire control and speeding towards the Bermuda Triangle in the Atlantic when a blip appeared on the screen. Soon, the wall breaker fighter issued a warning. Fighter has been locked on. Please break the lock as soon as possible. Fighter senses danger. Automatically entering combat mode. Chapter 80. Cooperation and Negotiation. Search the target. I want to see who's locking onto us. You're a civilization beyond this one. No one should be able to lock onto you yet, right? Dr. Zhao still didn't know who his enemy was. The image that appeared on the screen shocked Dr. Zhao. A fighter with the same design as the wall breaker fighter appeared on the screen. How is this possible? It took the entire Star Alliance so much effort to create one wall breaker fighter. How did this one come to be? Damn it. What the hell is going on? Dr. Zhao tried to use his authority in the Star Alliance to investigate, but he found that his authority had been revoked. After Dr. Zhao schemed to kill the 11 oligarchs, he had the highest authority in the entire Star Alliance. How could Dr. Zhao not be shocked that his authority had been revoked? Thinking of something, Dr. Zhao broke out in a cold sweat. Yi Xingqian, it must be you messing with me. Dr. Zhao's only consolation was that he was now safe, because the wall breaker fighter showed no signs of attacking. I want to connect with the pilot of that fighter. The other party rejected our connection, Doctor. What should we do? Okay, I understand. Then, Dr. Zhao typed data on the screen. This was a forced connection control statement. Soon, both sides appeared on each other's screens. Yige looked at the face on the screen. His emotions didn't change much, a sign of maturity after experiencing life and death. Doctor, surprised? Yige, it's you? I should have guessed it was you. Besides Yi Xingchen, you're the only one who could gain the recognition of the base's spirit. Doctor, if you're only saying these things after forcing a connection, I don't think we need to waste time. All right, I'm disconnecting. Prepare to receive my final blow. Yige, do you still dare to fire? Don't forget that I still have many hostages. If you don't want them to live, then go ahead. I'll be content with so many people dying with me. Oh, very well. Yige hung up. His goal was to rescue the hostages, but Dr. Zhao's attitude was so tough. Yige revealed his attack weapons. As the target lock entered countdown, Dr. Zhao's chat log reappeared on the Azure Phoenix NS control panel. Yige's lips curled up. It was just as he expected. Actually, Yige was gambling. He bet that Dr. Zhao would value his life, so there would be a chance for negotiation. Yige clicked reject. Yes, Yige didn't want to contact Dr. Zhao now, because the pressure from the Azure Phoenix Inn wasn't enough. He wouldn't get the desired results. After Dr. Zhao tried many times, Yige answered the video. Yige, you finally answered. Can we negotiate? Do you think there's any need? I believe you'll make the right decision. You're so sure? Heh, I'm not even sure myself, but you are? Old Baldy, from the moment I knew you killed Mu Fei, I wanted to kill you. Heh, do you think I'd give up this opportunity? Yes, I believe you will. You're much more mature than before. I believe we can definitely negotiate, right? No, I want you dead. With that, Yige was about to press the launch button when Zhang Fengyan tackled him to the ground. Yige, are you crazy? There are hostages on that plane. Hostages? I know. Do you think Dr. Zhao would let those hostages go? No, he definitely wouldn't. Come on, in less than 2 days, the Earth will be destroyed. We'll all die. Eventually. What's the difference between dying sooner and dying later? There isn't one. In that case, I might as well avenge Mu Fei. That way, I can rest in peace when I see him. Zhang Fengyan didn't know if Yige was acting or being sincere, perhaps the latter more so. He had been excited when he agreed to act in this play, but now he was in torment. Zhang Fengyan said, Yige, you're right. Everyone has to die, but we'll soon have access to the AI body, and we can soon break through linear increment. Won't you regret dying like this? Zhang Fengyan then shouted, Doctor, Yige's gone crazy. Have you gone crazy too? Say something. If you make a statement, I think Yige will still be able to tell the difference. Dr. Zhao was relieved. Yige, Zhang Fengyan is right. I can agree to any of your demands now, as long as you agree to cooperate with me. Get lost. Yige's temper flared. At that moment, he wanted to kill Dr. Zhao. How could he possibly cooperate with him? Zhang Fengyan knew things were about to turn bad. If Yige fired a grenade at the wall-breaker fighter, the whole situation would become uncontrollable. So, Zhang Fengyan made a bold decision. Zhang Fengyan quietly walked behind Yige and knocked him unconscious, then stood in his place. Doctor, I have now gained control of Azure Phoenix Inn. We can discuss cooperation now? Good. What are your conditions? Release all the hostages, including Zero. We set aside our differences and jointly develop the Demon's Eye. What do you say? And you won't pursue the charge that I shot the hostages? Weren't they not dead? Fine, I agree to you. This war ultimately didn't happen because no one wanted it. When Suing and the children returned to the Azure Phoenix Inn, the wall-breaker fighter finally soared across the sky towards a base. Actually, Yige had woken up long ago. This was all a play he and Zhang Fengyan had put on, but in the end, he still couldn't control himself. In the lounge, Yige was carefully tending to Elena. Zhang Fengyan pushed the door open. Yige, they're all back. Do you want to see them? Yige quietly told Elena a few words and walked to the reception cabin. As soon as Yige left, the door to Elena's lounge opened. A person who looked exactly like Yige walked in. He felt heartache looking at Elena. Fool, why are you so foolish? There is no next life in this world. Since me, there are 3 of me already, but their hearts still hold Mu Fei. Why would you do this? Elena, Is it worth it? Such a big sacrifice for a man whose head is full of other women? Is it really worth it? Maybe number 4 will really change this rule, because he has changed many variables already. The collapse of the cage civilization changed. The new Earth civilization started 100 years earlier than my time, and you fell into a coma 200 years earlier? Yi Xingqian, you certainly wouldn't have thought of this. The entire civilization process has gone in a different direction. Yige, number 1, suddenly disappeared because he sensed someone else was coming. In this way, numbers 2 and 3 came to see Elena in turn, because they had already made their choices. Mu Fei no longer belonged to them, but Elena would always love Yige. Everyone hoped that Yige, number 4, could be together with Elena, but unfortunately, they were powerless. In the reception cabin, Yige saw Dean Su-ing and the children. They embraced, just like when they were little. Zero was touched by the scene. He wanted to join in, but Yige grabbed him. You didn't get eaten by that cat? Of course, this prince is the most excellent dog in the D-Star cluster. Would I be afraid of that idiot cat? Good, when I catch that cat, I'll let you eat it. What? You don't want to? No, only if we're alive can we open the demon's gate. Oh. With that, Yige threw Oeniar out again, letting it play with the orphanage children. Dean, Elena has fallen into a coma. Do you have any solution? I heard Lin Jing mention a method, but I need to check if it's that condition. Dean, let's hurry. Yige pulled Dean Su-ing towards Elena's room. Chapter 81. A peculiar way to save Elena. As the door to the room opened, number 3 disappeared as well. Starting with the tragedy of number 1, neither number 2 nor number 3 had brought happiness to Elena. This was the root cause of the destruction of their final civilization. Everything was within the calculations. There was no possibility of a breakthrough. Perhaps Yige could succeed. Of course, this was merely the wishful thinking of numbers 1, 2, and 3, or simply their own self-indulgent fantasy. Dean, Elena's here. Before the words had even finished, the two had already arrived inside the lounge. Someone's been here? Yige was very alert. However, there was no record of anyone entering in any of the video data, but Yige was certain that someone had been here. Su-ing walked up to Elena. Yige, come here. Yige took 2 steps at a time to reach the bedside. Elena's face was wet with tears. Dean, what's going on? Sigh, I know who's been here. Su-ing sighed deeply and continued, Yige, maybe in the future, you'll discover that your Mu Fei isn't the one you truly love. What will you do then? I don't know. Is that you don't want to answer, or you don't know? Yige didn't reply. He took out a handkerchief and gently wiped Elena's face, so carefully, as if he were wiping the face of his beloved. But Yige couldn't admit it internally. He felt it was only because he felt indebted to Elena that he was acting this way. Who's been here? You. To be precise, versions of you from different timelines. Me? Are you saying number 1? It should be more than him. I think number 2 or number 3 came as well. Yige, don't you understand yet? In your world, the person you love most isn't Mu Fei, it's Elena. No, the person I love is Mu Fei. Yige simply couldn't accept such a statement. Everything he had done, all the humiliation he had endured, was for Mu Fei's revival. The person he loved most in this life was Mu Fei. Su-ing knew about Yige and Mu Fei's relationship and didn't say anything more. Soon, Yige himself calmed down. Dean, what's the way to wake Elena up? Since you don't love her, why not let her go like this? At least she'll be satisfied, because in your memory, she was once here. Dean, I beg you. You must revive Elena. I have to revive Elena, no matter what it takes. Even if it means going through fire and water, I won't even frown. So, Dean Su-ing told Yige about the opportunity to save Elena. How is this possible? No, Dean, you must be lying to me, right? Of course not. When Lin Jing designed Elena, she set the restart switch like this. Now, only you can activate it. Are you saying my mother wanted me to be with Elena? But what about Mu Fei? Did my mother not like Mu Fei? Silly child, Mu Fei hadn't been taken in by me at that time. How could your mother have known of her existence? I'll think about it. Yige didn't know what to do. How could something so absurd exist in this world? To revive Elena, he had to sleep with her. Yige himself didn't believe it. The Azure Phoenix Inn landed at the human settlement in the Taklamakan Desert. Lin Feng personally came out to welcome them. Yige, you did a great job. General, what are those? Yige looked at the tombstones in the distance, a feeling of lament rising unbidden in his heart. They died for their people. We couldn't find their remains, so we could only erect these tombstones for them. If we're lucky enough to survive the next few days, then every year on this day, people will come to commemorate them. This spirit is etched into our bones. Oh, it's all Dr. Zhao's fault. If I ever catch him, I'll definitely kill him. I promise. All right, child, let's not talk about such sad things. Where's Elena? She's unconscious. She saved me, and now I can't save her? Don't worry. We have the most outstanding physicians in all of humanity here. Perhaps they can find a way to treat Elena. Yige's eyes lit up. He grasped General Lin Feng's hand tightly. It wasn't that Yige didn't trust Ding Suing. It was just that the method of saving her was hard for Yige to accept. If Elena were his wife, he wouldn't object. But right now, Yige's heart belonged to Mu Fei. Suing and the children returned to the camp. Only Yige and Lin Feng remained. Yige, these are all the most outstanding physicians of humanity. Let them examine Elena. With General Lin Feng's order, execution was swift. In less than a quarter of an hour, the most skilled physicians of the human race in the Taklamakan Desert had gathered. A large group of people entered the Azure Phoenix Inn. Yige, this is the aircraft we couldn't lock onto? What material is it made of? Shijin copper, a rare metal left behind by the Cage World. The Sirius system invaded the solar system for this rare metal. Its appearance can allow humanity to transition from a technological civilization to a wall-breaking civilization. Wall-breaking civilization? What's that? It's a civilization that can break through linear increment. It can travel through space-time. That's why Dr. Zhao is so crazy. Inside Elena's room, the physicians all shook their heads. What? Do you really have no way? If this young lady were human, we could help. But she's not human, nor is she a humanoid machine. We've never seen such a physical form. Therefore, we are truly helpless. Thank you. Yige saw General Lin Feng and the physicians off and sat alone beside Elena's bed. If I could use this method to revive Mu Fei, I would be willing to, because she's already in my heart. But it's very unfair to you, Elena. You're my savior, but I can't save you. That's right. You said you wanted to be my mother's apprentice, then I'll call Zhang Fengyan here. These words made Yige, numbers 1, 2, and 3, who were hiding nearby, ashamed. What's going on in number 4's head? What kind of thought process is this? No, we absolutely can't let that idiot Zhang Fengyan take advantage. So, these individuals found Zhang Fengyan. When Yige, number 4, found Zhang Fengyan had already been beaten 3 times. At this time, Zhang Fengyan curled up to the side. Yige, haven't you made enough trouble? I won't agree to you. You've tested me 3 times already. If you make that request again, then just kill me. Zhang Fengyan, I just came in. What's going on? I haven't said the request yet. I promise it's a good thing. Stop, don't say it. I don't want to hear it. No, you have to agree. Hearing these words, Zhang Fengyan unconsciously tightened his legs, because he had been taught a lesson 3 times and warned that if he agreed to Yige's request a 4th time, then he could forget about that. Yige, you definitely want me and Elena to do that. Don't worry, I won't touch your wife. Don't test me anymore. This time it was Yige's turn to be surprised, but he soon realized who had visited Zhang Fengyan. All right, you've passed the test. Yige returned to Elena's room. Number 1, I know you guys are here. Number 2, number 3, are you guys here too? Then tell me what to do. You dare see others, why can't you see me? At this time, a paper airplane flew to Yige. He was too familiar with the handwriting. It was his own. The note on the paper read, because if we see you, this world will collapse. Then what should I do? But there was no echo. Yige had to make the decision himself. Chapter 82, Elena Awakens. Latest report, affected by cold air, the outer areas of the Darim Basin will be covered in ice and snow today. In one day, the Taklamakan Desert will usher in the strongest cold air mass. Affected by the extremely cold air mass, people from across the Eurasian continent began to gather in the Taklamakan Desert for one simple reason, to survive. This news was not good news. The entire settlement began to descend into chaos, which was understandable. When we're young, we talk about death casually, because we know death is far away. But when we know we won't see the sun tomorrow, I think everyone will fear death. That's how the people in the base felt now. Soon, the riot was controlled by the Joint Defense Force. One aerospace fighter after another took off. These people had only one goal, to reach the lunar base. However, things were not that simple. As the Earth's doomsday approached, the entire ecological environment became extremely harsh. During the ascent of these aerospace fighters, some of the fuel tanks froze. The aerospace fighters that lost power fell like kites with broken strings. No, how is this possible? Nothing is impossible. The entire Earth is controlled by cold air. The freezing point of fuel is minus 75 degrees Celsius. At this time, the stratospheric limit temperature has reached minus 80 degrees Celsius. This makes ground-level escape very difficult. But we have to choose to escape from here. Otherwise, we'll be waiting for the same death. Shit, this damn weather. Unlike what was happening there, in the settlement where Yige was located, Yige had made a decision. He was going to revive Elena. Although he couldn't accept Elena deep down, he had to do it to revive her. And Elena had saved Yige's life. So Yige had to give Elena a title. The settlement was plastered with red paper and hung with lanterns, as festive as if it were the new year. Yige held a brief wedding with Elena, and she was sent into the bridal chamber. At this time, Yige was anxious and uneasy, but for some reason, he also felt a kind of impulse, a kind of longing. Soon, this impulse turned into a feeling of guilt. The guilt towards Mu Fei and the guilt towards Elena were equal. I'm sorry. Yige didn't know who he was saying this to, just like Russell in the three-body problem didn't know who he truly loved. No matter what he did, it was wrong. Yige closed the curtains. After an unknown amount of time, Elena's eyes no longer shed tears. She looked at Yige lying beside her, and then at the bright red on the bed sheets, and suddenly she felt shy. She was only in a coma. She hadn't lost consciousness. Yige, thank you. With that, Elena buried her head in Yige's arms. So this was the joy of being a woman. I'm sorry. Are you talking to me? Actually, I said it a long time ago. I can accept you having different lovers, as long as there's a place for me in your heart. Even if there isn't, as long as I can follow you, that's enough. Elena? I. All right, Yige, you're a man. Let me be with you during this time when Mu Fei isn't by your side. This time, after the restart, I've remembered many things. We have to be together in this life. We have to be happy. I don't want your promises, and I don't want you to say you'll give me happiness in the next life. You've said it to me 3 times already. I don't believe you anymore. We'll be together in this life. Yige looked at Elena. Can you tell me about the past? Elena shook her head. I can't. Many things will change because aren't you always receiving notes? Do you still remember what was written on that note? Are you saying don't believe anyone's words? All right, I understand. Let's go. We have to see, Qiong. Right now, perhaps only Qiong can save humanity. Qiong? How did you know? A long time ago, Number 1 took me to see Qiong. Yige, you have to believe that this disaster is an opportunity for humanity, but it's also a selection. Yige didn't speak. He took the paper bag next to the bed and threw it into the wall-mounted stove. The fire then blazed up. You actually drugged me. I was afraid I couldn't bring myself to do it, so, you understand? Tell me the truth, at 246, Times Square, did you have this plan all along? Otherwise, why would you have kept this paper bag? Number 1 left it behind. I thought it would definitely be useful. I didn't expect he would have foreseen this. Hearing this, Elena's face turned red. If I told you that I left this paper bag at that time, would you believe me? Yige didn't reply. The two put on their clothes and came outside. At this time, a soldier of General Lin Feng said, Yige, General Lin Feng wants you to go to the council hall. There are important matters to discuss. All right, I understand. Yige walked straight ahead. Elena followed behind him like a demure and shy young wife. This was only in front of Yige that she was so well behaved. If any fool dared to joke around, Elena would definitely let their face have an intimate encounter with sand. Inside the council hall, General Lin Feng was frowning, staring at the screen. The soldier saw Yige and the others enter and ran to Lin Feng's side. General, Yige and the others have arrived. Lin Feng waved his hand, signaling the soldier to step back. Yige walked straight to Lin Feng. Uncle Lin, what happened? This climate is too strange. Our aerospace fighters sent to the moon actually encountered fuel freezing in the stratosphere. Nearly 7/10 of the fighters were forced to crash because of engine freezing. This climate anomaly is a disaster for humanity. A disaster? Yige leaned closer to the screen. Everything was as bad as General Lin Feng had said. In this case, no aircraft could cross the stratosphere. Perhaps the wall-breaker fighter was an exception, but there were too few wall-breaker fighters. Elena, did you know this all along? That's why you had me go find Chiang? Of course. And your wicked doctor. We need his cooperation too. Yige, so you have to calm down? All right, I'll try to calm down. Actually, during the time you were in a coma, I'd already reached a cooperation agreement with Dr. Zhao. This is just a deal. After we get through this difficult time, I'll definitely kill him with my own hands. All right, I understand. Elena also came to Lin Feng. General Lin, we have to cooperate with the subterranean people now. I don't know how you view this issue. I'm not stubborn. As long as we can leave a spark for human civilization, I don't mind cooperating with the subterranean silicon people. But will the subterranean silicon people cooperate with us? Of course. We've now reached a cooperation with Dr. Zhao, and Chiang's goal is to open the demon's eye. This is the mission of their entire race. They want to use the demon's eye to return to their star system, so Chiang can only cooperate with us because the key to opening the demon's eye is in our hands. All right, I'll convene a joint defense force meeting immediately. After coming out of the council hall, Yige always avoided Elena. Yige, are you even a man? Are you so afraid of me? Yige didn't speak, continuing to walk forward. Yige, you're a scumbag. You're a scumbag who doesn't take responsibility after getting what he wants. Yige quickly turned back and used his hand to cover Elena's mouth. Why are you saying everything? Grandma, I beg you, let me be quiet, okay? No, you didn't want to be quiet when we were in bed. Also, who's Jingjing? How would I know who she is? Yige was completely speechless. Chapter 83, Chiang's Cooperation. Dr. Zhao, we plan to go to the Bermuda Triangle today. I'll give you 10 minutes. If you haven't arrived, then you'll have to go there yourself. Yige, are you playing me? Playing you? Yes, I'm just about to take a shower. You're actually telling me to rush over in 10 minutes. Isn't that playing me? Oh, that's your problem. Pretend I didn't say anything. Goodbye. Yige hung up the phone directly. At this moment, human civilization was experiencing an unprecedented cold air mass. The outer areas of the Taklamakan Desert had already frozen 3 feet deep. Those humans who hadn't escaped could only survive with difficulty under the ice shelf. And Dr. Zhao could still take a hot shower. This unfair world was really fucked up. 10 minutes later, Dr. Zhao's wall-breaker fighter appeared on time above the settlement. Yige, you promise you won't kill me? Can't promise. Then how can I dare to come down? You said we have a cooperative relationship. You can't kill me. Heh, that's your problem. We'll be heading to the subterranean world in 5 minutes. Do as you please. Yige was very disgusted with Dr. Zhao, but he had no choice but to cooperate. So he was doing Dr. Zhao a favor just by talking so much nonsense with him. Yige was certain that Dr. Zhao would definitely come down, because the attraction of the demon's eye was irresistible to Dr. Zhao. This was like food to a foodie. Knowing that eating it would make them fat, they couldn't help but want to taste the deliciousness. Sure enough, Dr. Zhao's fighter landed in the desert. As he waved his hand, the wall-breaker fighter shrank into a pendant the size of a hanging ornament, which Dr. Zhao hung around his neck. This was the terrifying aspect of the wall-breaker fighter. The ductility of Shijin copper was perfectly applied at this moment. Yige, you can't do this. We have a cooperative relationship. If I die, you and your friends will die too, because you can't escape this disaster. Dr. Zhao, are you threatening me? In that case, let's die together. No, we have a cooperative relationship. You can't do this. All right, since you don't want to die, then you'll listen to me later. Otherwise, I don't mind dying with you. All right, I'll listen to you. You know I'm only focused on scientific research. I want to see the world behind the demon's eye. I want to know if Yi Xingqian really achieved linear increment. I want to prove that what Yi Xingqian can do, I can definitely do too. All right, you talk too much nonsense. If you say another word, I can let you meet Mu Fei. Yige was doing this on purpose. He didn't want Dr. Zhao to have too high expectations. Based on his understanding of Dr. Zhao, he would really make exorbitant demands. The Joint Defense Force had also agreed to Yige's plan. Lin Feng led a team to join Yige's group. Dr. Zhao wanted to curry favor with Lin Feng but was rejected by Lin Feng. I'm sorry. I don't have the habit of being friends with traitors and petty people. Please understand, Doctor. These words were beautiful, but also hurtful. Dr. Zhao stood there awkwardly. What's with the airs? Once the demon's eye opens, I'll send you all to your deaths one by one. Ha ha ha. I will be the one writing the future civilization. When Dr. Zhao came to his senses, he found that Yige and the others had already walked far away. Hey, you bastards, are you guys just going to leave your teammates behind like that? No one paid attention to Dr. Zhao. He could only follow the crowd while muttering the same patriotic swear words. Yige and the others walked towards the depths of the desert. This was a spring of an underground river. The water flowing down from the snow mountain disappeared here. Now this river had long dried up. Besides the water stains on both banks, all that could be seen was dead water grass. After receiving Yige's message, Qiong had arranged for a subterranean silicon person to wait for them long ago. This person was none other than David Censor. General Lin, good. David, we meet again. I just don't know what expression Meredith Paul will have when he sees you. His most trusted guard captain is actually a subterranean silicon person. That's a shameful thing, but you did well. This should be Meredith Paul's greatest punishment. General Lin, these are all old things. Since we subterranean silicon people are cooperating with you, then why bring up these scars again? Actually, I also feel very guilty towards General Meredith Paul. Ha ha ha, good. He would be pleased. David Censor then opened a cave at the spring. We have a long way to go down. Wait, are you saying that going down here can reach the subterranean world? Is it that simple? You wouldn't have designed a trap long ago, waiting for us to jump in, right? You are. This humble person is. Before Dr. Zhao could finish introducing himself, Yige interrupted Dr. Zhao's words. All right, if you want to go down, go down. If you don't, we can still find a way to open the demon's eye. Then you'll have no value. David Censor chuckled dryly, but Dr. Zhao always felt that there was a hint of gloom, so Dr. Zhao hesitated. During the hesitation, Yige and the others jumped into the cave. Dr. Zhao also jumped down, but it was too late. He swallowed a mouthful of sand. Fortunately, the others didn't plan to abandon him. A large hand reached out from the sand and dragged Dr. Zhao into the desert. Tui, you're trying to murder me. That's right, it's murder. If it weren't for you, our undercover agents wouldn't have suffered so many casualties. If it weren't for Qiong saying you were still a little useful, then I wouldn't mind burying you in the desert. You're courting death. Dr. Zhao overlooked one point. This was the subterranean silicon people's world. As a result, he, a human, was ganged up on by a group of silicon people. As for Yige and the others, they had no intention of helping at all. Dr. Zhao instinctively chose to surrender, and the gang fight ended. All right, follow this river. We'll reach the tree of creation in half a day. Qiong has ordered that you must put on blindfolds. What if we don't put them on? It was obvious that Dr. Zhao hadn't been beaten enough. Seeing that everyone was silent, he said softly, I mean, if we put on blindfolds, how will we know where you're taking us? What if you want to harm us? You can choose to leave. We subterranean silicon people don't welcome you at all. Dr. Zhao was about to speak. Yige spoke first. Enough, doctor. You promised you'd listen to me. Otherwise, I don't mind letting you swim in this river. Yige, you ungrateful person. How did I treat you in the beginning? Have you forgotten? Then should I treat you the way you treated me? Saying this, Yige walked towards Dr. Zhao with a ferocious expression. Do you believe I can dissolve ONER's bond with you and then kill you? This was the first time Dr. Zhao had seen such a brutal side of Yige. He unconsciously swallowed his saliva. All right, I'll listen to you. The group put on blindfolds and sat on the boat. Elena sat next to Yige. She held Yige's arm and rested her head on Yige's shoulder. This feeling is really good. I really hope we're always like this. Yige didn't resist, nor did he respond. His breathing began to quicken. Yige, thank you. Thank me for what? Thank you for letting me go from being a girl to being a woman. Yige's breathing became heavier. Elena giggled. Soon, the boat stopped at the shore. All right, everyone, open your eyes. Except for Yige and Elena, everyone was visiting the subterranean world for the first time. Everywhere was full of gemstones, shining brightly. In the human world, one would be enough to let you live a life of ease. But here, they were merely decorations. Dr. Zhao greedily swallowed. This is really a waste of natural resources. Dr. Zhao, watch your words. This is Qiong's territory. If you show your greed, Qiong will not hesitate to kill you. Oh! Dr. Zhao quickly shut his mouth. At this time, Qiong happened to walk over. Yige, you said humans want to cooperate with us? Which people are cooperating with us? If it's this bespectacled fatso in front of me, then I don't think we need to cooperate anymore. Qiong, you may have misunderstood. Representing the humans to cooperate with you this time are General Lin Feng and the representatives of the Joint Defense Force. Oh, you? Qiong still had no expression, but her tone was not as gentle as it was towards Yige, like a haughty king treating the apes in a zoo with indifference. Qiong, I think we can talk? Why? What makes you think we can cooperate? Can you open the demon's eye? These words made Dr. Zhao understand everything in an instant. Yige, so you want to use me to achieve cooperation with the subterranean silicon people? Haha, I'm changing my mind now. I won't agree to open the demon's eye with you unless... Unless what? This time, Yige didn't even need to take action. Elena took out a dagger and put it against Dr. Zhao's neck. The movement was swift and decisive, and her eyes were as cold as a sword, making one feel chilled. Nothing. I just like to joke around. Dr. Zhao knew very well that without the wall-breaker fighter, he was trash. If he released the wall-breaker fighter here, it might be counterproductive, so he could only choose to endure. Qiong, we can open the demon's eye, but there are conditions. The demon's eye? Don't you want to open it? Without my permission, do you think you can reach the demon's eye? Qiong, we're here with sincerity. Yige signaled Lin Feng to take out the item. Qiong was stunned the moment she opened the scroll. This is Chapter 84, The Demon's Eye. This is the epitome of humanity's successive civilizations. I know your second purpose for sending people to infiltrate human civilization was to obtain this, wasn't it? Yes. Yige, you're too clever. I like that very much. However, our subterranean world doesn't seem to need these anymore, because your civilization will eventually be destroyed. Do you think your civilization's progress will still be meaningful then? Qiong, there's no need to lie between us. The expression on your face has already betrayed you. Being two-faced makes people dislike you, doesn't it? All right, come with me. Inside a conference room, Yige and the others sat across from Qiong. Are you saying we should cause global volcanic eruptions? That's right. Let those volcanoes that have been dormant for years erupt. Only then can we break the fuel freezing point effect. Otherwise, we won't be able to send the remaining humans to the lunar base. But do you have that many aircraft? Do you know why human civilization has continued ever since fleeing its homeworld? How would I know? Because we like to leave a bottom line, and this is our own consideration. You only need to consider whether or not to cooperate with us. Yige calmly waited for Qiong's answer. Although the situation was extremely urgent, if Qiong didn't agree to cooperate, then the entire human race would truly be facing a cataclysm. How did you know that our subterranean race can control volcanoes? Besides volcanoes, aren't those collapses and landslides also your specialties? Faced with Qiong's questioning, Yige responded easily, but don't worry. These messages aren't from a traitor in your subterranean race, but appeared suddenly in my mind. Number 1 invaded your brainwaves? That annoying fellow. He tells us not to forget the initial promise, but he's always breaking the rules of the game. Fine, since you understand our subterranean civilization so well, I'm willing to cooperate with you. Happy cooperation. Yige extended his hand, but Qiong didn't rush to shake it. Yige, Are you number one right now? Or are you yourself? Xiong. Actually, the one you saw in the New Earth world was me. I really don't know when number one entered your world, but you should give up. I'm not interested in interspecies romance at all. TSH, who cares? However, you're a two-faced guy too. What does that mean? I don't know. Anyway, remember that you won't have interspecies romance. When you discover the truth about certain things, don't cry. Xiong slapped Yige's outstretched hand and swayed out of the conference room. Lin Feng led the Joint Defense Force to return to the surface. Although the subterranean world was very stable, the people they were protecting were on the surface. Yige, do you think the subterranean world will agree to our migration? Uncle Lin, Xiong, not taking advantage of our situation is already very restrained. If you allow humans to stay in the subterranean world, again, then our civilization's greed will expand infinitely. Without the subterranean silicon people taking action, we'll destroy ourselves. All right, then we'll migrate to the lunar base. After the surface environment stabilizes, we'll migrate back. Under Xiong's command, the subterranean world activated its most powerful weapons. They controlled the magma, following the path that their ancestors had once fought, to every crater. Even some dormant volcanoes that experts had determined would never erupt were steaming at this moment. With Xiong's order, the magma crossed the surface, broke through the ice layer, and roared out. The ice shelf began to melt, the water began to gather, and the temperature of the surrounding air also began to rise. The temperature of the entire surface, including the atmosphere, was maintained at around 0 degrees Celsius. Migration plan initiated. Zhang Fengyan announced the coordinates of the Star Alliance settlement point aircraft. We'll migrate as much as we can. But the Star Alliance base can't bear so many immigrants. In that case, the entire lunar base's self-built ecosystem will be catastrophically destroyed. Zhang Fengyan, do you think I have time to consider so much? Helpless, Zhang Fengyan could only proceed according to Lin Feng's orders. Zhang Fengyan, Yi Xingchen wants to talk to you. This voice of the system sprite made Zhang Fengyan, who was in despair, brighten up. Yi Xingchen, what a reassuring name. At this time, another phantom image appeared. This is President Xingchen's video data again? Could it be that everything today is also in the president's arrangement? Zhang Fengyan himself didn't believe this was real. Soon, Yi Xingchen's phantom image appeared in front of Zhang Fengyan. It turned out that there was a huge cave below the lunar base, which could be used as the lunar base's basement, accommodating more than 100 million people. Zhang Fengyan contacted Lin Feng. General Lin, how many aircraft do you have? The lunar base can currently accommodate 100 million people migrating. All right, that's enough. The rest was for Lin Feng to handle, and this would test humanity greatly. Inside the subterranean world, after Lin Feng and the others left, Xiong took Yige and Dr. Zhao to the Demon's Eye. This was Yige's second visit. To prevent accidents, Zero and Oni both put on blindfolds. The group stood in front of the Demon's Gate. Are you sure these two little guys can open the Demon's Eye? How will we know if we don't try? Oner and Zero's blindfolds were removed. The cat and dog walked towards the Demon's Gate like living dead. The entire door constantly flashed 0 and 1. Is this binary code? That's right, computer language. And those numbers are very ancient. They don't seem to be a product of modern computers. The doors open. Someone shouted, and everyone's attention was drawn to the Demon's Gate. That's the Demon's Eye. Xiong was the first to discover the huge vortex behind the door. Ha ha ha, after millions of years, we can finally go back, escape this barren planet, and return to our homeland. However, what Xiong didn't expect was that Dr. Zhao ran forward first. Go, stop him. That damn human wants to get there first. Let's ask if we subterranean silicon people will agree. Dr. Zhao picked up the sleeping ONER from the ground, dodged the subterranean silicon people's attack, and sprinted towards the Demon's Eye. The wall breaker fighter unfolded at this moment. Dr. Zhao wasn't in a hurry to enter the curved surface. Haha, you stupid people, die for me. The wall breaker fighter roared past, and the subterranean silicon people suffered heavy losses. Xiong activated the subterranean race's accumulation over hundreds of years. Driven by enormous energy, the Tree of Creation launched an attack on the wall breaker fighter. Boom. This was the tree of creation's most powerful attack. The entire wall-breaker fighter was almost overturned. Dr. Zhao pushed his glasses. All right, just you wait. I will never let you go. After saying this harsh remark, Dr. Zhao piloted the wall-breaker fighter into the demon's eye. Xiong didn't want to be outdone, leading the remaining members of her race to rush towards the demon's eye. Yige and Elena stood in place without moving. Yige, what should we do next? We'll return to the surface. There are people there who need us more. But don't you want to revive Mu Fei? I don't know, but there's a force in my bones that guides me to return to the surface at this time. Yige picked up the sleeping Zero and headed towards the surface. Chapter 85. Doomsday Arrives. 1. The demon's eye was opened. Xiong didn't delay for a moment, gathering the subterranean silicon people to step into the demon's eye in turn. This was a meat grinder. Yige couldn't bear to watch any longer. Xiong, what you're doing is really selfish. You're toying with their lives. Is this how you act as a queen? Xiong said. Then will you share your wall-breaker fighter with us? Yige was very surprised. It seemed that Xiong had been paying attention to him all along. There were only 2 wall-breaker fighters. One had already been taken to the demon's eye by Dr. Zhao, so the remaining one was already invaluable. Yige's heart was very tangled. At this time, he saw Xiong's face full of contempt. Yige opened his mouth, but the words got stuck in his throat. Xiong said, "Put away your cheap pity. This is our civilization's chance to return to its homeland. You're still young now. When you truly stand in my position or at the height of your General Lin Feng, you'll understand why I did this. Oh, and take this with you. I hope you don't open it now. You can open it when you truly understand my previous sentence. A boy doesn't become a man by sleeping. You're still very tender. I hope we can meet again one day." Xiong continued. At this time, the entire subterranean world was empty. Elena, we should return to our world. Yige, don't take it to heart. In my eyes, you're a man. How about we prove it to Xiong again? Yige staggered. He quickly pulled Elena back to the surface. With the opening of the demon's eye, the entire Earth's environment became even worse. Lin Feng and Xiong reached an agreement to detonate the entire volcano. Even those volcanoes that experts had determined would never erupt again erupting at this moment. At this moment, the environment of the entire surface became even harsher. The slightly better news was that the volcanic eruption ended the cold air that was freezing the globe. The ice shelf began to melt, and the absolute freezing point in the stratosphere had disappeared somewhat. In this way, the Joint Defense Force and Star Alliance aircraft could start the migration plan. What was 100 million people? Zhang Fengyan was very surprised when he heard the base's sprite reveal this news. Yige was even more surprised than Zhang Fengyan. He felt a sense of fear in his heart. All of this had been foreseen by his father, Yi Xingchen. Thinking of what number 1 had said, Yige didn't know what to do at this time. People are only confused when they're in despair. Another bad news was that the globe was filled with smoke and dust. Even the rainwater could be called muddy water. This muddy water was more corrosive than acid rain. Those tall buildings that hadn't been destroyed by the ice shelf lost their luster at this moment. Everyone, I'm General Lin Feng of the Asian Joint Defense Force. Now our plan to migrate to the moon can be started, but our aircraft can only guarantee the migration of 1/10 of the residents globally. Now I'll announce the migration order. I know this is very cruel, but this is our final plan. First echelon, children under 10 years old. Mothers of infants can go along. Second echelon, people aged 20 to 34 who are healthy and have a skill. Third echelon, children aged 10 to 18. Last person, Lin Feng. This message was like a reassurance, making the chaotic order become stable. Of course, once there were too many people, there would be thorns. They clamored that this wasn't fair. They didn't want to die yet. Yes, these words spread like poison. Passerby, this Lin Feng says he'll leave in the last batch. He probably has his own escape route reserved. His name will be praised, and his life will be saved. He's playing a good game. Passerby B, that's right. We must investigate. Are Lin Feng's relatives in the first few sequences? Passerby C, why don't you let me get on the plane first? Aren't I more useful than those little kids? Some wealthy people even began to buy and sell infants. For the purpose of disguising themselves as the children's biological mothers, and then running to the first echelon. These scenes weren't exceptions. Humanity was exposed at this moment, leaving nothing to hide. Yige didn't stop all of this, because he could pick out one person but not everyone. He just walked like this. Elena followed Yige with Zero in her arms. The three of them held umbrellas and looked up at the aerospace fighters that were taking off. These were the first people to be sent to the lunar base. They were the lucky ones. But this was only what others thought who hadn't boarded the aircraft. But in fact, some people would rather be with their families than escape alone, especially those children who already had memories. They thought more about staying by their mother's sides, even if tomorrow was death. Let's go. Let's go find General Lin Feng. I want to know if the children from the orphanage have boarded the aircraft. I don't think they have. Why? Because if General Lin Feng hasn't boarded the aircraft, Dean Suing won't, and those children won't leave the D. They're like that when they're together. Were those timelines like this too? Yige saw the confusion in Elena's eyes and continued to ask, Elena, you should have recovered your memories, right? Yes. Can I not answer this question? Because I really don't want to remember that experience. Then I understand. No, you don't understand. Elena continued to walk forward with Zero in her arms. Her face was full of fear, which Yige could sense. Yige stepped forward and held the umbrella over Elena. What's wrong with you? Did something terrifying happen in those timelines? You died. You died at the hands of those who called themselves elites. They clearly didn't have to kill you, but they killed you. Then the entire world collapsed at that moment, and that civilization came to an end. Who killed me? Yige, I beg you, don't ask, okay? All right, I won't ask you. Yige's heart also ached when he saw Elena, who was frantic at this moment. He could feel Elena's love and care for him all along the way, but his heart could never accept it because of Mu Fei. Which timeline Elena was referring to, Yige was curious, but he couldn't bear to ask again at this time. Suddenly, Elena hugged Yige tightly. Zero was sandwiched in the middle and almost suffocated, which showed how afraid Elena was at this moment. Yige, promise me, okay? Let's not go to Kangto, okay? Why? Cheong said that only by reaching Kangto can we resettle billions of people in the subterranean world, so that civilization can continue. No, you can't go. If you go, you'll die. Elena suddenly fainted after saying these words. Yige quickly stepped forward and hugged Elena. What's going on? Why is her forehead so hot? Can Elena even get a fever? Yige carried Elena on his back and continued walking, while Zero could only lie in the broken basket on the ground and be dragged by Yige. After walking for a while, Yige already had an answer. He didn't have the ability to resettle so many people, and even if he could resettle them, he didn't want to, because the humans who were controlled by greed couldn't be resettled at all. The human heart is never satisfied, and humanity can't be tested. Now everything has been revealed. Those fig leaves have no use. To put it bluntly, they aren't worth Yige risking his life for. The wall breaker fighter appeared in front of him. Yige boarded the fighter and headed towards the Taklamakan desert. Actually, the people on Earth all had an answer. Those who were in the sequence had hope of surviving, while those who weren't could only die. This was humanity's final destination, but no one was willing to step into this scene early. With the demon's eye opened, the geomagnetic deviation was even more serious. The moon was at risk of escaping Earth's gravity at any time. The first immigrants who had landed on the moon weren't safe either. Those aerospace fighters were still carrying out Lin Feng's orders. Although it could now accommodate 100 million people escaping, many oxygen-making devices would fail once the Earth's gravity was lost. At that time, the lunar base would also be a living hell. Going and staying were both one answer. Hello, everyone. I'm General Lin Feng of the Joint Defense Force. I regret to tell you that our plan to migrate to the moon is about to fail. Although we overcame the fuel freezing point, we triggered an even greater crisis. Whether it's the lunar base or Earth, our results are the same. We will eventually die. We have less than 24 hours left. You can put down your work and return to your families. You and your parents, wives, and children can enjoy dinner, chat about your families, look at this long-lost sunset, and wait for the arrival of the final destination. Sincerely wish you all. This voice spread to everyone. Yes, they had made many efforts this week. Although humanity had planned decades in advance, it still didn't escape its final fate. Put down your work and return to your families. Even if ashes are floating in the sky, as long as you have your family with you, this is the best time. But those aerospace fighters took off again, carrying those in the sequence to continue working. Dear family, we are still holding our ground. This is our mission. Forgive us, this is our job and our responsibility. This was a game against time. The Azure Phoenix Inn wallbreaker fighter returned to the desert base. He saw Lin Feng. Uncle Lin, did the dean and the children go to Zhang Fengyin's place? I put them in the first echelon. They should have arrived by now. Before Lin Feng finished speaking, Yige heard someone shouting outside, Yige, have you come back? What? You didn't leave in the first batch? How could I leave if you didn't leave? You're really stupid. You don't want to live. Don't you want the children to live either? Actually, I'm very gratified that you were able to change. If you hadn't insisted on your so-called principles, I think our children would be as big as Yige by now, right? I was young at that time. I didn't understand this world. Lin Feng, keep your paws off. The children are watching. This scene was very warm. Yige had an illusion, as if tomorrow wasn't Earth's doomsday. Chapter 86, Doomsday Arrives, 2. Uncle Lin, actually, we still have a chance. No more? Even if all of humanity goes to the moon. So what? Without the Earth's gravity, the moon will also escape its current orbit. At that time, all the oxygen-making equipment will be destroyed. Uncle Lin, have you forgotten Yige? I found that all of this was in his expectations. Since he surpassed the current space and time through the AI body, then there will definitely be human civilization in the future, which means we still have hope of surviving. I know that, so I gave everyone except the aerospace fighter units holidays. Yige, instead of racking our brains, wouldn't it be better to enjoy our time together now? Of course it would, but what I want to say is that Xiong took the entire subterranean race into the Demon's Eye, and we can just happen to migrate some people into the subterranean world. The environment there is much better than the current surface. Then do you know where the entrance is? I don't know, but Xiong gave me a letter, telling me to open it after understanding his actions. Now I want to open this letter. I think there should be an answer inside. Yige and Lin Feng said each other. In the distance, Dean Suing was playing happily with the children. In their opinion, even if they died, they had to die happily. Yige opened the envelope. He forgot Xiong's warning. The contents of this letter surprised Yige very much, because it mentioned a place, Kangto. In Xiong's heart, Kangto was explained to be the center of this world. From there, one could enter the subterranean world the fastest. It's Kangto. Humans can't set foot there at all. This is just a joke. No joke. Uncle Lin, you make a decision. Is it for us to go there privately, or to notify all of humanity? Let them enjoy some family time. I'll announce this message in an hour. Yige left Lin Feng's war command tent and came to Elena's residence. Inside the Azure Phoenix Inn, not only had Elena awakened, but Zero had also woken up. Why do I feel like I'm still in a cage? What the hell is going on? We didn't enter the Demon's Eye. Could it be that the Demon's Eye wasn't opened? That shouldn't be. Aren't I and that stupid cat the key to opening the Demon's Eye? Could it be that the wormhole password has been changed? Zero muttered softly. Elena was too lazy to pay attention to this stupid dog. All her mind was on Yige. After this coma, the program in Elena's body had been completely corrected. She only had the memories of the fourth lifetime. All the previous memories had been erased. Yige, you're here. Saying this, Elena pounced into Yige's arms. Yige, I miss you so much. Yige looked at Elena, feeling that she was different than before, but he didn't know where exactly. Elena, pack up. We're going to prepare to go to Kangto. Okay. This time Elena agreed very readily, not like the last time when she reacted strongly. Yige was thinking, could this coma have made Elena lose her memory again? Yige definitely had to go to Kangto. He had to be well prepared, or he really might be killed. If he died, who would revive Mu Fei? Yige had to use this last hour to make foolproof plans. Actually, Yige could leave this space and time through the Demon's Eye, but in the end, he decided to give up. Yige thought, perhaps me entering the Demon's Eye is what Yige wants to see the most. But those humans who stayed on Earth would be completely finished. Yige wasn't a saint. He always felt that letting humans migrate to the moon was Yishingshin's scheme. As for what he was plotting, Yige didn't know. His father was really too mysterious. Yige said, numbers 2 or 3 must have regretted entering that space and time in the end, right? So, I can't enter. Right, Elena has seen number 1, then. Number 1 definitely didn't enter the demon's eye at the beginning either. So he understood that his father was actually a liar. It must be like this. Yige already had a plan deep down. He had to go to Kangto and take a look. The earth was silent, and night and day changed. Although the geomagnetic field had deviated seriously, the alternation of day and night was still there. The dust and smoke from the volcanic eruptions, along with acid rain, were eroding the once prosperous cities. People still held umbrellas when they went out, but that feeling of oppression and fear didn't defeat this world. At night, people returned to their cities and homes. Although it was still very humid in the houses after the ice shelf melted, it was a kind of happiness for those who had completed their missions to be able to reunite with their families. It was this kind of happiness that made the oppression and fear disappear. Someone set off fireworks, and as there was one, there was a second. People began to come out of the gloom of never being selected into the sequence. Yes, if they could stay and face it with their families, if they could die together. What was so scary about this world? Fireworks filled the sky. These were things that could only be set off during Chinese festivals, but now they had become common on all continents. The cities shrouded in the night were full of brilliant fireworks. Even the areas that were in daylight were listening to the sound. Yes, it was just for the celebration. The other side of humanity was self-anesthetization. It was kindness. It was self-healing. In the distance, lovers embraced each other. Lin Feng looked at Su Ying, and suddenly a large hand pulled his first love into his arms. This scene was seen by the children of the orphanage. They shouted and ran happily. Who cared if tomorrow was doomsday? Don't struggle. Slowly enjoy it. We have less than an hour left. Su Ying stopped struggling. She rested her head on Lin Feng's shoulder. The door of the Azure Phoenix Inn opened, and Elena pulled Yige out. Yige, look. They're fireworks. They're so beautiful. Yige, can you hug me? Like Uncle Lin and Aunt Sue. Yige looked into the distance. Hee, those two are finally together. This relationship is really hard to figure out. Yige, we're going to die tomorrow, so can't you hug me? Yige pulled Elena into his arms. Huff. Yige, I can feel your heartbeat. You have me in your heart, right? Elena, I don't know. I like Mufei. I'm sorry. I can be your mistress. That's not the point. Do you understand? I don't understand. I know you like me too. You believe me. The person you like is me. Yige didn't speak anymore. Anyway, there was less than an hour left, so he would satisfy Elena's request. Happy times were short, and this was only people's subjective feeling and not a natural fact. Soon, an hour had passed. Lin Feng didn't care about those who were still rushing on the road and hadn't had time to reunite with their families. He had to make this message public. Everyone, I'm Lin Feng. This is the 3rd global message I've released. Before I talk about this, I hope you can restrain your inner excitement, because we still have hope of surviving. Huff, I know you're very excited. I was just as excited as you when I first heard this news, so I try to get 1 hour for you to be able to enjoy your time with your family. This message is that we can enter the subterranean world. Perhaps you don't know the reason. Now I can tell you clearly that the subterranean race has suddenly disappeared. There are large tracts of land there that can accept us. There's no cold current, no volcano. There's air, there's food. That will be the place for us humans to continue surviving. Shoo, don't cheer yet. Because to reach the subterranean world, we must reach Kangto. On the Great Plateau, Kangto is the center of this world, and it's also the largest entrance to the subterranean world. Of course, you can also enter if you know other entrances. We'll meet at the Tree of Creation. Then, Lin Feng sent out the simplified map left by Qiong. As for why he didn't send the complete map, Lin Feng felt that there was no need. After all, his perspective on the problem at this level was not something we could understand. So, the humans on Earth ignited hope again. They drove all kinds of transportation tools towards Kangto. But was that no man's land really so easy to reach? Chapter 87. Heading to Kangrenbok, 1. The gloom of the apocalypse was completely dispelled by the news of Lin Feng. More and more people believed that Earth was the only place humanity should defend. The moon base would face resource scarcity, and feeding, clothing, and housing 100 million people would be a problem. More importantly, the base's life support system was entirely self-sufficient. Whether those devices would work after deviating from Earth's orbit was an unknown. Therefore, some announced their withdrawal from the sequence. The price of selling those coveted spots on the moon base program plummeted to being unwanted, all thanks to General Lin Feng's news. Of course, the Joint Defense Forces did not allow these selected individuals to withdraw. Their mission was to go to the moon base. Times changed, situations shifted. Such was impermanence. No one knew what the future held. Yige thought. Even Yi Xingqian probably didn't anticipate this. In some unknown location, Number 3's eyes were bloodshot. Why didn't I take just one more step back then? If I had stepped into that space, I really wouldn't have been able to withstand such a powerful offensive. An entire civilization was completely annihilated. Number 2 sighed. If I had supported the Star Alliance in finding AI bodies, I would have known the secret was here. Number 1 chuckled disdainfully. Yige, can you really escape Yi Xingqian's scheme? Although you've changed 2 steps, Yi Xingqian is just too powerful. I am not his opponent. I hope you can break free from your father's plan. Perhaps the future of civilization really lies in your hands. Yige knew none of this. He was currently preparing supplies to head towards Kangrenbok. Yige put away the Cyanluanin Number 1 wall-breaking fighter, hanging it on his chest. That was one of the advantages of this extendable material, easy to carry, and no need to worry about energy issues. This was an advanced product of the wall-breaking civilization, named so because it broke down all barriers of modern technological civilization, allowing for maximum utilization of the entire star system's energy. Following the wall-breaking civilization was the quantum civilization, an even more magnificent era. The Earth core race of Qiong belonged to that civilization. Unfortunately, upon arriving in the cage, all their memories were erased, and they had to start over just like humans. Later, the caged humans reached the wall-breaking civilization, even developing proton weapons and touching the barrier of breaking the wall-breaking civilization. This was why Qiong needed the civilization scrolls, but she didn't tell anyone. Yige didn't know how much trouble giving those scrolls to Qiong would bring him. Yige now wanted to head to Kangrenbok together, whether to experience it firsthand or to understand the principle Qiong spoke of. In short, Yige also joined the road to Kangrenbok. Under the starry sky, a bonfire blazed in the Darim Basin. The Joint Defense Forces members who followed Lin Feng to the Earth core world earlier gathered together. They requested permission to leave from General Lin Feng. Lin Feng sat in the tent, staring intently at the people before him. Have you thought it through? Are you sure you want to enter through that entrance again? Remember, without guidance, you might get lost. Moreover, the Earth core Coalition said that the entrance might shift. General, we are not afraid. Someone has to be the vanguard, so let us go. What if this is a trap set by the Earth core race? We will scout ahead and try to remove the obstacles. All right, go. At this point, I can't restrain you. I'm very glad that you shared this thought with me. I wish you success. Lin Feng stood up and bumped chests with each of them, then took out his treasured wine. Our rule is to prohibit drinking during missions, but today I want to say, screw the rules. Come, let's drink this cup, and we'll meet again in the Earth core world. After drinking, everyone emptied their glasses before turning and leaving the tent. Lin Feng also got up, looking at Suing and then at Yige. Where is your Cyanluanin Number 1? Don't tell me you want us to run to Kangrenbok. Uncle Lin, I don't want to use the wall-breaking fighter at this time. I want to experience the life of the most perilous moment of human civilization. Perhaps this is a trial for me. Good lad, you have ambition. Uncle Lin, don't worry. I will release the Cyanluanin Number 1 fighter when these kids are in danger. I have that covered. No need. I can protect them. Humanity's last hope was Kangrenbok, one of the sacred peaks of the Great Plateau. In Qiong's letter, it was recorded as the center of the Earth world, located on the roof of the world. Kangrenbok stood like an ancient war god, giving hope even in the midst of fierce storms. However, humans didn't expect that this would be an entrance to the Earth core. Yige's group drove out of the desert along the national highway towards that no man's land. On the road, Yige saw too many things. On the way to Kangrenbok, The tycoons directly parked their private jets at the entrance. If it weren't for the strong winds hindering their planes, they would have flown directly to Kangrenbok. Others were not so lucky. They were originally the forgotten bottom-level people of the technological civilization. They walked out of the slums, and no one cared whether they lived or died, and no one was willing to pick them up. Yige wanted to stop, but Lin Feng stopped him. Yige, are you crazy? If you stop, do you think we'll still have any hope of survival? I'm sorry. Yige was simply kind. He knew that these people who were poorer than dirt were pitiable, but they couldn't be taken care of at this time. One wrong move would lead to a riot. As soon as Yige finished speaking, a scene unfolded in the distance. A kind-hearted person threw his bread to these people. The moment the window was opened, it never closed again until the people inside were dragged out, and this scene played out in turn. In the end, whoever had the bigger fist drove the car away. The original owner of the car was long gone, and this scene left Yige with a lingering fear. Yige said to Lin Feng, "Thank you. You'll understand this when you reach a certain age. When I was your age, I had the same expression. Yixingqian was much more mature than me. Thinking about it now, he really wasn't human. He understood human nature so well at such a young age." When it came to Yixingqian, Yige was reluctant to comment. He was afraid that his thoughts would be known to Yixingqian, and who knew what kind of arrangements would be waiting for him. Another point was that this trip to Kangrenbok might be an assassination attempt. Who exactly wanted to kill him? Yige didn't know. He could only continue to follow the large group, as his and Lin Feng's car was too low profile and didn't encounter any trouble along the way. Things like what happened earlier never happened again. At this time, no one cared about anyone else, and the story of the farmer and the snake would no longer occur. However, there were always exceptions. Sidium was a rest stop, and Yige didn't expect that there would be such fools here. Chapter 88. Heading to Kangrenbok, 2. Inside Sidium, some down-and-out mercenaries were surrounding a wealthy businessman. Although their clothes were tattered, their eyes gleamed with a sharp light. It was obvious that the wealthy businessman had something they wanted. "I'll pay $100,000. Is there anyone who can protect me?" More and more people entered this ruin. Many just took a rest against the walls and left in a hurry. Many didn't even look at the wealthy businessman. At this time, what was the use of money? Not to mention $100,000, even 1 million or 10 million were useless pieces of paper at this moment. They would die tomorrow, so who would offend a group of fierce mercenaries for the sake of some worthless paper? The wealthy businessman knew this, but he had no choice but money. He could have taken a plane directly to the entrance of Kangrenbok like other rich people, but he wanted to experience life. Now, he was really experiencing life. Under the apocalypse, credibility, reputation, prestige, and loyalty would all be replaced by betrayal and greed. The 5 mercenaries in front of the wealthy businessman were his subordinates. They were quite loyal at first, but everything changed after the wealthy businessman picked up a girl in City M. These 5 men ultimately chose to betray him. Is money useful? We'll die tomorrow. Even if you give us $100 million, what use is it? Then what do you want? We want the girl behind you. Don't think we don't know what you're planning. We brothers are risking our lives for you, but you're thinking of enjoying yourself. In that case, why should we keep you around? This is treachery. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning for doing this? Haha, you're not afraid. So what do we have to fear? As he spoke, the 5 mercenaries put their knives to the wealthy businessman's neck. The wealthy businessman knelt on the ground. 5 heroes, I'll give her to you. Okay? As he spoke, the wealthy businessman moved the weeds on the side of the wall. A girl wearing a light blue floral padded jacket was lying on the ground, tied up. What this wealthy businessman wanted to do was obvious. 5 heroes, please enjoy yourselves. I'll keep watch for you. Yes, I'm just a dog watching the door for you. The 5 mercenaries smiled at each other. Haha, we don't need a dog. You can rest in peace. We brothers will take care of the things you haven't finished. As he spoke, the wealthy businessman's head was separated from his body. No one felt sorry for him. The pitiful one was the girl. Some people wanted to help, but ultimately chose to let it go. Yige wanted to step forward to stop them. Are you sure you can kill those 5 people? No, but I can't just stand by and watch them bully a girl. But, forget it. Why do we have to encounter this? After a burst of dust, Yige jumped out of the car and stood in front of the 5 mercenaries. Stop. Mind your own business, kid. Do you believe? Haha. Brothers, kill this kid and that uncle. See those 2 beauties in his car? More importantly, there are so many girls. Ha ha ha. We'll have enough fun this time. As he spoke, the 5 burly men surrounded Yige and Lin Feng. Yige now understood why Lin Feng didn't want him to interfere. He didn't expect it to cause trouble. He really regretted it. Fortunately, Lin Feng was skilled, and with Elena's help, the nameless mercenaries were soon defeated. Yige was about to go and save the girl when an arrow shot by someone blocked his way. Soon, a large group of people came up, all wearing ragged mercenary clothes. They looked like they were with those 5. They had stirred up a hornet's nest. I don't mind you being a hero, but how do we settle the score for killing my brothers? How do you want to settle it? How about a life for a life? No way. Yige didn't answer. Lin Feng took out his gun and aimed it at the people in front of him. You're from the Joint Defense Forces? Yes, you must be. Otherwise, you wouldn't have a firearm. Now that you know, why don't you get lost? Haha, so what if you're from the Joint Defense Forces? Even if General Lin Feng came, I wouldn't be afraid of him. We're all going to die anyway, so I'll take you down with me today. It's not a loss. Before the apocalypse, these people were all controlled by the Joint Defense Forces. They were used to doing evil and had been punished a lot. However, after the Earth disaster day arrived, these people were released. With nothing to do, some of them started robbing and looting again. Later, they met a group of mercenaries who sacrificed themselves to save people. They took off the clothes of those mercenaries and put them on themselves. In fact, these people were just criminals. Lin Feng confronted these people, giving Yige a look. Yige understood and walked towards the cave. He was stunned. This is Mu Fei. Yes, it must be her. Who else would wear a light blue dress? Yige had just taken a step forward when he was shot with an arrow by the leader again. You kid really don't put us in your eyes? You know, I like to kill you tender-skinned young men the most. If you dare to. Before this person could finish speaking, his head was already separated from his body. Elena directly activated her killing intent. Yige was her weak spot. These people dared to humiliate him like this, so they could only pay the price. Seeing this, Lin Feng also joined the battle. The battle ended quickly, and Lin Feng came to Yige's side. Silly boy, what are you doing? Why don't you go and save people? Uncle Lin, she's Mu Fei. She's really Mu Fei. Mu Fei? How is that possible? Isn't Mu Fei dead? Yige, are you missing Mu Fei so much that you're a little crazy? It's really her. Yige didn't dare to go forward. To be precise, Yige was afraid. What's wrong? Why are you all standing here? At this time, Dean Su-ing walked over. She noticed the abnormality here, and her face was very anxious. Dean, that person is Mu Fei. Mu Fei? That's impossible. She's already dead. Yige, whether you believe it or not, people can't be resurrected after they die. Dean, it's really Mu Fei. Yige kept repeating this sentence, but he just didn't want to go forward to confirm his lies. Absolutely impossible. Yige, wake up. How do you know that person is Mu Fei? Dean, that dress, that light blue dress, and the bloodstains on the hem are exactly the same as Mu Fei's. She's really Mu Fei. Yige covered his head. He had a headache. Then go and take a look. Move a little closer. Yes, lift her veil, and you'll know if this person is Mu Fei. No, I'm afraid. Afraid? Are you afraid that person isn't Mu Fei? Or are you afraid that person is Mu Fei? Yige, calm down. Your wife is Elena, and Mu Fei has disappeared from this world. Or, to use your professional term, Mu Fei is dead in this space-time. Ah. Yige suddenly had a severe headache, and he fell to the ground. Everyone present focused their attention on Yige, so they didn't pay attention to the entrance of the cave. What sound is that? Yige muttered. It's the sound of a zither. It's the Dean's famous song, Still Water Flowing. Why is there zither music at this time? Where am I? Yige babbled and hurriedly stood up. Seeing everyone still surrounding him, he realized that he might have just had a dream. No, this wasn't a dream. Yige hurriedly got up. He was determined to go and see if the person lying in the cave was Mu Fei. But there was no one in the cave. Where is she? Where did she go? Did you hide her? Yige asked the people around him like a madman, but everyone was as surprised as Yige. Yige, don't be like this. You just fainted. We all focused our attention on you and didn't pay attention to where the person in the cave went. No, Dean. Did you hear the zither music? Zither music? What zither music? Yige, what's wrong with you? Suing stepped forward and touched Yige's forehead with her hand, her face full of concern. No, Dean. There really is zither music. It's your still water flowing. There's no mistake. I've been listening to it since I was a child. How could I be wrong? But I didn't play the zither at all. Yige didn't get an answer, and he was very disappointed. At this time, Elena said, No, there is a sound. It sounds like the sound of a propeller. It's there. Everyone looked in the direction Elena was pointing. Yes, there was an airplane not far away. It's her. It's that ghost plane. Yige was very surprised. He couldn't care about so much and directly tore off the pendant from his chest. Soon, the Cyanluanin number 1 appeared in front of Yige. Knowing what Yige was going to do, Elena followed closely behind Yige and got on the wall-breaking fighter. What the hell are you? Today I must chase you. I want to see what you're doing. Ashes filled the sky, and the Cyanluanin number 1 wall-breaking fighter roared past, chasing after the internal combustion engine helicopter, but unfortunately, Yige didn't catch up. Yes, even the product of the wall-breaking civilization couldn't catch up with that ghost helicopter. Inside the command module, Yige slammed his hands hard on the control panel. Damn it, what exactly is that thing? Does it surpass the product of the wall-breaking civilization? How is that possible? The internal combustion engine is the representative of industrial civilization. How can it maintain a relative speed permanently? How is it doing it? At this time, Elena walked over and hugged Yige from behind. Honey, don't be obsessed with it. It's important to go to Kangrenbok now. Yige was brought back to reality by Elena's voice, and he released Elena's arm. Elena, you just said it's important to go to Kangrenbok? Don't you object to me going to Kangrenbok? Honey, why would I object to you going to Kangrenbok? Oh, it's nothing. I remembered wrong. Yige remembered the scene before Elena fainted. At that time, she was so afraid of him going to Kangrenbok, and also said that someone would assassinate him. After Elena woke up again, she didn't talk about so much anymore. This showed that Elena had recovered the memories of the previous few timelines for a while, and later fainted because someone didn't want Elena to reveal so much. Yige now felt that he must go to Kangrenbok. In the past, Yige didn't care, but after encountering this ghost helicopter again today, he increasingly wanted to know who was going to assassinate him. Mufei. For some reason, this name appeared in Yige's mind, but he quickly denied this idea. Elena, let's go back. You're right, the most important thing for us now is to go to Kangrenbok. Okay, it's good that you think so. Don't worry, even if the whole world betrays you, I won't betray you. Why do you say that? Yige, I don't know why I said that. Yige didn't dwell on this question. Yige's major was the underlying architecture, so he was very proficient in logic. He had already guessed many things, but he just didn't want to admit it. Lin Feng's convoy was still waiting for Yige in place. The entire M-City rest stop no longer had many vehicles parked, and people had already rushed to the road leading to Kangrenbok. Suing, should we continue to wait? Do you think Yige will come back? Yige is like my child. I know him very well. He will definitely come back. Before Su Ying's words were completely finished, the figure of the Cyanluanin fighter appeared in the distance. Soon, Yige came to the convoy. Yige, how was it? Did you catch up with the ghost fighter? Yige shook his head. What? Are you saying that this wall-breaking fighter didn't catch up with the Cyanluanin number 1? Yige, you're not joking, right? Suing rolled her eyes at Lin Feng. Didn't you see that Yige is very hurt? Does he look like he's joking? All right, it's getting late. We should set off too. 2 hours later, the convoy finally arrived at the foot of Kangrenbok before dawn, and there were too many people gathered here. Those wealthy people who came early were also forced to stay here. It was difficult for them to use money and power to obtain special privileges and directly climb Kangrenbok and enter that Earthcore world. Now most people are equal. Whether you arrived at Kangrenbok by plane, car, livestock, or even on foot, Kangrenbok gave you a chance for fair competition. This opportunity is the cruel reality that everyone has to face, that is, to climb this mountain with their bare hands. In Cheong's letter, it was recorded that only by climbing to the top of Kangrenbok can you find the real door to the Earth core world. Now it is even more difficult that some people can't see hope at all. They began to choose to give up on themselves, and this negative emotion spreads even more terrible than the plague. Passerby A. What? How can we climb up with such a strong wind and such cold snow? Passerby B. We probably haven't reached the middle of the mountain before we freeze to death. Anyway, we're going to die. I'm not afraid. Passerby C. I read a lot and know a principle. Those who are not of my race will have different hearts. This Earth core race is not so kind at all. If they are really so kind, why don't they open a few more entrances? Passerby D. Yes, I think they're just playing with us. We won't be fooled. By the way, where are the people from the Joint Defense Forces? Why don't they come to climb Kangrenbok? Did they leave Earth on a plane long ago? Yes, I haven't seen a single member of the Joint Defense Forces. The fourth uncle of the third son-in-law of the second grandfather of my mother's sister works under General Lin. What do you think happened when we gathered yesterday? What else? General Lin had already incorporated the people around him into the first echelon, and now they are probably enjoying delicious food at the moon base, and they don't care about the lives of us people. Are you telling the truth? How can this be fake? That's the fourth uncle of the third son-in-law of the second grandfather of my mother's sister. Absolutely reliable. Screw his grandmother's rules. I want to die happily. After speaking, these people went crazy to vent their personal desires. Order had completely disappeared at this moment, and those rich people, those who considered themselves privileged, were also caught up in this scramble. At this moment, the darkest era of human civilization has arrived. Chapter 89. The Mysterious Organization 1. I am Lin Feng. Lin Feng had heard all sorts of rumors along the way, and now he had to step forward. What? Weren't you all saying that I had gone to the moon? Now I'm standing in front of you, and you're all acting like mutes. That's really hilarious. Also, every single one of you, open your dog eyes and take a good look. Am I, Lin Feng, the kind of person who abuses power for personal gain? The crowd was dead silent. No one even cared whether the Lin Feng in front of them was the real Lin Feng. What did they care about? It was enjoying pleasure in this dark moment, and their pleasure was nothing more than burning, killing, looting, and raping. Perhaps this was sad, but even more it was hope, because after darkness comes light. Where was the light? Yige walked up to Lin Feng. Uncle Lin, we should go. Only by climbing Kangrenbok can we have any hope of surviving. With that, Yige took the first step. He would climb to the top of Kangrenbok, reaching for the clouds. Lin Feng looked back at the riotous crowd. He couldn't be bothered with them anymore. He turned around and headed towards the summit of Kangrenbok with his backpack. Yes, only by climbing to the highest point could one have any hope of survival. At this time, no one could care for anyone else. Uncle Lin, let's see who reaches the top first. Yige's words seemed light-hearted, but in reality, his heart was pounding. Soon after they started climbing, the commotion at the foot of the mountain began to subside. As for why, it was impossible to say for sure right now. Yige pressed one hand on the rock and extended the other. Elena's physical strength was superior to Yige's, but at this time, like any other delicate woman, she placed her hand in Yige's hand, and Yige pulled her up the mountain. Kangrenbok was located on the Great Plateau, and the already thin air became even thinner as the altitude increased. Yige had extremely rich experience in rock climbing, thanks to the orphanage's annual organization of wilderness survival routes for the children. Yige stood on a rock. The texture under the rock was so glaring. The sunlight shone down, turning Yige's body golden, looking like a war god. Yige's gaze was always locked on a group of beggars behind him. These people always kept a certain distance from Yige's team, which made one a little suspicious, but Yige didn't point it out. When the children from the orphanage caught up, Yige took them down another path. Although this path looked difficult and dangerous, it was the best climbing route. If it wasn't for more than 10 years of climbing experience, he wouldn't have been able to discover this path at all. The reason why Yige chose this path was that he wanted to see why the people behind him were following him. Anyone with eyes could see that it would be easier to reach the top by taking the original path. If they chose the same route as Yige, it would show that these people definitely had a problem. Yige, do you think there's something wrong with the people behind us? Who knows if there's anything wrong with them? However, They're always following us at a steady pace, and the distance isn't too close or too far, and their physical strength is definitely not comparable to that of beggars, so we have to choose another path. Yige, don't worry. If they're really tracking us, I'll kill them all and throw them into the valley to feed the snow wolves. Don't make any trouble, let's just keep walking and see. So, Yige and Linfeng walked towards the side of Kangrenbok one after the other. The wind force here was much greater than on the previous route, and the snow stung the face. Despite such a harsh environment, the team did not disperse under Yige's leadership. However, the wind was too strong, and Yige couldn't walk anymore. Fortunately, there was a protruding rock in front of him. Yige gestured, indicating that the team should go to the rock to take shelter first. What Yige didn't expect was that there was a cave next to this protruding rock. This happiness came too suddenly. Yige hurriedly gestured for the children to gather quickly. What's wrong? Tui, this snow is too heavy. What is that over there? Following Yige's gesture, the children shouted out. Shh, don't shout. It will cause an avalanche, and that will really be the beginning of a disaster. Yige saw the burning expectation in the children's eyes, so he led them to lean towards the cave. Fortunately, there was a flat rock layer below the rock, so everyone could safely reach the entrance of the cave. Yige watched the children enter the cave one by one. He stood on the rock and looked into the distance. Uncle Lin, look over there? Those people are really coming this way. Yes, those people are wearing ragged clothes, but their limbs are strong. They are definitely not malnourished like beggars. They are here prepared. With that, Yige and Linfeng drilled into the cave. What Yige didn't expect was that this cave was so huge that it was completely dark, and he couldn't see how big it was. Now was not the time to consider these things. Yige was now thinking about how to deal with the trackers. Uncle Lin, what should we do now? What to do? Since they're determined to track us, they're definitely up to no good. Otherwise, they could have directly climbed Kangrenbok from the original path. That's the entrance to the Earth core world. Now, why are they chasing us? Murder for money? That's impossible. We don't have any valuables on us. Yes, I can't guess either. However, we have to be careful. With Linfeng's help, the team began to set up. Although these traps and mechanisms didn't have lethality, they at least gave a few people time to escape when danger came. In the distance, those beggars quickly gathered towards here. Where are those people in front? Damn, we lost them. The leader will definitely take our lives. Chase me quickly. This group of people rushed towards here quickly, ignoring everything. Some people were blown down the mountain stream by the strong wind and snow, and some were pushed down by their companions. Strange? Where did they go? There are women and children among them. They definitely won't go far. Search for me. Yes, Commander. Yige's brows were furrowed, and he looked at Linfeng with a serious expression. Who are these people? I don't know. Since they're up to no good, then we can't blame us. They'll find us soon. Why don't I go out and lure them away? Uncle Lin, I'll leave the children to you. No, you can't go out. I'll go. With that, Linfeng rushed out. Chase, they're over there. Those beggars chased in the direction of Linfeng, and many of them were injured by the traps that Yige designed. Although these injuries were not fatal, they could be deadly in this snowy environment. Wait a minute, did you see clearly? Is that the figure of that group of people? The beggar leader, who had calmed down, discovered the abnormality. No, it's one person. Where are the others? Head, don't worry about so much, let's chase. If we don't chase after them, we can't bear the leader's punishment. Himph, do I need you to remind me? Since you like to chase, then take your team and chase after me. If you don't catch anyone, I'll report it truthfully to the leader. Don't blame me for being ruthless then. Yige quietly lay in the cave, listening to the sound above his head, and he already understood. It seemed that these people really came for him. Chapter 90. The Mysterious Organization, 2. In the snowy white, Linfeng's sky blue clothes were very conspicuous. That group of beggars were following behind him, but unfortunately, there was less than a third of them. There were still 2/3 of the people left in the valley, which was troublesome. Linfeng unconsciously slowed down his pace. He looked around. This place was perfect for killing people. Yige later understood what Linfeng meant, that he wanted to quickly resolve the battle and quickly return to support. But man proposes, God disposes. The children in the cave were still frightened. Ah! A black shadow appeared inexplicably in the cave, which scared the children. Dean Suing hurriedly covered the children's mouths, but it was too late. The sound was still heard by the beggars above. Wahaha, so they're down here. Come on, dig for me, dig hard. Whoever catches this gang of people first, all those girls will be rewarded to you. I only want that Yige. Yige was very nervous. It seemed that the other side was really prepared. Otherwise, how could they know his name? Elena also realized the seriousness of the problem. She put away her little daughter's posture and stood in front of Yige. Whoever dared to come in, Elena's dagger would definitely make the other party regret it. The beggars on top of the cave crazily threw snow, and soon the cave appeared in front of these people. You, go down for me. The leader pointed at the smallest person in the group. This person was trembling all over, not knowing if it was because Kangrenbok was too cold or because he was afraid, more likely the latter. If you hesitate any longer, believe it or not, I'll throw you into this valley to feed the wolves. The leader gave this person a kick, and the beggar lost his footing, rolled into the valley like that, turned into a snowball, and shattered when he encountered a hard stone at the bottom of the valley. Ah echoed in the empty valley for a long time. The others didn't show any unusual eyes. They looked at their companion like a stranger, or more accurately, like livestock, not even as good as livestock. You, go down for me. The leader pointed at another person. This time he was more fortunate, and he successfully reached the cave entrance. Yige looked at this person, just standing at the entrance of the cave. Congratulations, you can leave. Before Yige's words were finished, this beggar was hit by a trap and also fell into the valley. Seeing this, the group on top became even more excited. Ha ha ha, they are really below. I heard their voices. Brothers, charge me. It's still the same condition, and I will apply to the leader to give you 10 more white chickens. The white chicken here is not the broiler we talk about, but forget it. Yige understood the meaning of this word at the moment. It was an insult to women, an insult to the person. In the cave, Yige was extremely nervous. Elena once again stood in front of Yige. Elena, step aside. I'm a man. What does it mean to always hide behind you? Besides, I'm also your man. My man, Yige. I'm very happy that you can accept me at this time. Then I will be the woman behind you. Yige guessed that they might not live past today, not to mention the arrival of Earth Disaster Day. More importantly, Yige didn't know the details of the people in front of him, so how could he fight? Huff, Elena, wait. You protect the dean and the children. I'll guard the entrance of the cave, and I'll never let them hurt you. Yige, I'm really touched by your heart. Remember, I will always love you. Elena hugged Yige from behind. At this moment, Yige really belonged to her. Even if it was just this moment, Elena was very satisfied. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, showed her dagger, and stood behind Yige. As long as those people dare to step into the cave, I will definitely make them beheaded. No one who dares to think about my man has ever left alive. Soon, the vanguard of those beggars reached the entrance of the cave. The traps in the early stage also played a role, blocking most of the people. The people who came down next simply didn't treat their teammates as people. They stepped on the bodies of these people, with no expression on their faces. Their goal was to capture the people in the cave alive. Yige held the gun in his hand, and he couldn't care about the avalanche or not at this time. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the snow mass above the cave began to tremble, followed by a landslide. Yige stayed in the cave. These avalanches couldn't hurt him at all. If I had known this, why bother so much? Yige, you've changed? Elena's eyes were full of admiration. This was the man she admired. In the past, Yige, although his life was miserable, had not come into contact with these dark sides too much because of the dean's protection, so he seemed naive in handling many things. But when Yige fired that shot in order to protect his family, he matured. Like Linfeng, no longer indecisive, although kind, he treats people differently. Soon, the avalanche passed, and more than half of the beggars outside the mountain were killed or injured, and the remaining half were also frightened. Is this kid crazy? I don't know, this is a snowy field. You'll die if you shoot randomly. Brothers, let's rush into the cave in one go. So we'll never be afraid of snow disasters again. Under the commander's order, these beggars gathered again and rushed towards the cave. Yige, you wait in the cave. I'll leave the rest of these minions to me. After so many years without activity, I think most people in this world will forget my existence. Elena, be careful yourself. Don't worry, no one in this world can hurt me except you. Elena held the dagger and rushed into the crowd. The sun shone on the snow, and the dagger refracted the light. Everywhere it went was a touch of red. These beggars were afraid, and they retreated without looking back. Elena didn't want to let them go so quickly, so she followed. Inside the cave, Yige comforted everyone. Yige, why hasn't Elena come back yet? What if someone else comes to kill us? What should we do? Let's go. Let's go deeper into the cave. Maybe we'll directly enter the Earthcore world. Then we'll be safe. After thinking about it, Yige felt that he couldn't just sit still and wait for death, so he thought about going to see inside the cave. At this time, the sound of a propeller came from outside the cave. Dean, what's that? It's that ghost helicopter. Yige, I have a bad feeling, run. Don't care about us, run. Yige looked at Suing in confusion. Dean, are you hiding something from me? Yige, now is not the time to pay attention to these things. Leave quickly, I promise. After these things are over, I will tell you everything. No, Dean, I can't leave. What will you do if I leave? Don't worry, she won't do anything to me and the children. Her goal is you. At first I was also hesitant, but now I can be sure that she is coming for you. Who? Mu Fei. Yige, are you leaving or not? I'm so anxious. Mu Fei? She's still alive? Dean, Mu Fei is still alive. Then why doesn't she come to see me? Yige, are you leaving or not? Dean, if you are like this, I can't leave even more. Yige resolutely stayed, because the person he had been thinking about was about to meet.